But, then you've got people on the other side saying, well, but experts disagree, which is a kind of typical merchants of doubt tactic. And the same will be said for nicotine benefits in Tourette syndrome, ADHD, autism, bipolar disorder, schizophrenia, et cetera, et cetera. In fact, a lot of research is looking at cross-sectional studies that find associations and trying to claim that nicotine causes those things.
They want to
when all logic says that people with those things are using nicotine because it helps them, but so we're going to face that. But I mean, one of the ways to deal with this is to get people to tell their personal stories. I should be the last one to ask anyone to do that. Why? Because an adult living with ADHD is already stigmatized.
Hello, how's it going? Happy Friday, and welcome to, what is the name of the show? Hashtag Son of Liberty Radio here on the Smoke Free Radio Network. I'm your oftentimes grumpy host, Patrick. We're going to talk about some stuff tonight. We're probably not going to talk about every headline. I see Bill Tarling is in the chat room, and we love Bill. Bill is awesome. Bill sends me a lot of links and to news articles and so forth. And tonight, we're going to talk mainly about one specific story that's sort of gotten a lot of buzz. And I feel like you and I and Kevin need to have a conversation about this one particular topic, because I think, because I've seen some people in our circle, in our sphere, that maybe aren't the warriors for harm reduction that they claim to be. And I've had it up to here. I've had it up to here with hypocrites and people that only care about their problems, that are unwilling to be good humans. So anyway, where's my mouse? There's my mouse. Let me bring Kevin in, because Kevin is almost as grumpy as me. And I see Skip is in Facebook. She says that she will be in YouTube in a minute. Speaking of grumpy, but anyway,
I can't help that.
There's world's greatest papa.
You caused my grumpiness.
I disagree.
That's why I like you, just a little, just barely.
I disagree with your
My
BS
assessment
statement. Your lies.
I can't help
Your lies.
What possibly could you have me all worked up about this week already?
I don't know. I just assume. I assume the first thing I say will get you grumpy. We'll get you grumpy.
Well,
I see.
Dave.
I see.
Speaking of grumpy.
Oh, speaking of grumpy.
I love Dave.
He's like the grumpy mentor. Like he's the one that brought Grumpy to the table and trained the rest of us how to be grumpy.
Kind of mixed it all around and shoved it out and let it go.
I seriously believe that is the case.
He's the king of grump.
We do indeed love him. We do indeed love him. I need to click some things here for a second, Kevin. Say hello to people while I'm clicking.
I'm not going to try to steal your thunder, but I will say that the vape ban has these little beautiful.
Well, that was what I was clicking on. I was opening things so that we could show those on screen.
So that way you can go to prison, right?
What?
What? Hey,
Prison.
I heard like in Albany they had a black market bust Wasn't that fun?
Yeah. That is one of the things, but that is one of the things that we're going to talk about. That Bill Tarley did send. But yeah, you were showing the vape band,
because
the vape band bracelet that our friend Andrew, who is in the chat room on YouTube, is making for us. So I'm assuming, and he can verify, but I'm assuming the coupon code Son of Liberty Radio with no spaces is still active for 30% off.
Free shipping on orders of 8 or more.
And he says free shipping on orders of 8 or more. But that includes the amazing, awesome red, white, and blue glow in the dark limited edition #clusterfuck vape bands in the 22 and 24 millimeter sizes, as well as the Son of Liberty Radio hoist the black flag.
I don't use the word very often sexy with this show. I don't relate it to that because we're a bunch of curmudgeons, but that's kind of sexy.
I feel like that my Vaping Monkey designed, I didn't create this logo. My friend Vaping Monkey, Armando Mendez, actually created this logo, but he's the one that did all of the Vaping Militia stuff. But I did create this one, which I happen to be wearing in full size t-shirt today.
Well, look at you go. You go, girl. I'm wearing my grandpa shirt today. It's just a plain old green t-shirt with a.
Is it full of like schmuck? Like, you know, when a baby schmucks up on you and stuff?
It's amazing that after I stopped smoking, I no longer have the need for, but still love my pocket t-shirts.
I have quite a few pocket t-shirts. My billet box fits right into the pocket.
Dave.
Dave, you did say hi, David Gerlitz. So, like I said, thevapeband.com, all of the Son of Liberty Radio collaborative products, we have our own little category on Vape Band. And you know what's really sad, Kevin?
What's really sad
is our Aussie and Kiwi friends that have to pay like crazy shipping.
Yeah,
have taken advantage of our products more than any American American friends of us.
I think Tom said he had one, and Bruni said he had one, and yeah.
What? Yeah. I can see your comments. You push a freaking button so I can comment. You wacko head. You are commenting. I can see your comments.
Well, now there's sexy right there.
What ad? He says, "How do I remove the ad?" What ad?
The ad.
This ad?
If you can't watch us from Pornhub, you got to go to the regular stuff. You can't.
I don't know what you're talking about.
What ad?
Do you think the dementia and the Alzheimer's is already has already kicked in on the David?
Maybe. If he gets grumpier, it'll be all right.
I'm just wondering. And speaking of,
he said, "Bite me."
I see it. It's right there. It says, "Bite me." While we're doing the commercial part of the show, we do have a Teespring store.
Yeah.
With Son of Liberty Radio, nicotine enhanced, the Scallywag tee, which I'm currently wearing right now. The new and improved. Oh no, I forgot the Take My Vape, Walk the Plank. I also designed that, and the Slaying Dragons Night, with that one, and there's even a sweatshirt because somebody asked for a sweatshirt and a hoodie, and the nicotine nerd design, as well as the new and improved nicotine enhanced tee. All those things are available, literally at cost. Like, I can't give you a coupon code because they are already as cheap as I can get them. Yep. So anyway, yes.
That's the ad he meant.
That well, I have to do that. You know, that helps me a little bit, not a lot, but I still think people should be wearing our awesome hoist the black flag wristbands. Anyway, there is no coupon codes. This is for fundraising. But hello, David Lloyd and Bruni and Tom, and we already mentioned Bill. Bill is here, and Raj. I always RAWG ROG. It could be ROG, but I always say Raj. Andrew, like I said, we said his name. Skip Murray. Hello, Skip and Bill and Homicidal Maniac and David Gerlitz, even though he's being grumpy and complaining that I was trying to sell T-shirts and vape bands.
Don't make him come after you.
Anyway. Troop is here. Hello, Troop. I'm scrolling through to make sure I didn't forget saying hello to somebody because I would feel bad. Tic Tac is here and Jeffrey Zamora as well. Hello, Jeffrey Zamora, our friend from Costa Rica.
Mm-hmm.
So, what the hell? Other than what the hell you been up to there, Kevin?
I keep thinking all the things. The intro to this evening show, we have people like David, who's a friend of the show and friend of ours. I've met the man.
Me too, several times.
I was much taller than he thought, or shorter.
I'm much wider than he thought.
I can't remember. And the insight and predictions that they've made. We'll start with Dave, the process of the PMTAs, et cetera. And then you show something like Charles saying, kids, here's what's going to probably happen. And then it happens because the insight of the minds of the people, the humans that we know, from Kelly, who's been on the show, to I can't think of her name, the science lady.
Which one? Eliana?
Eliana. Dr. Glover has given us insights, and Dr. Gardner has, as you've shown, told us what was going to happen before it happened, just like Dave did. It's like they got a crystal fucking ball, and they tell us that here's your information. Now off with you, go, run like little bunnies. And most everybody goes, butterflies. But if you're paying attention, well, see.
So
he told us stuff.
Yes, I mean, we have had the opportunity to bring some of the best people in our sphere, people that aren't even in our sphere. We've brought in because they are adjacent to us.
If you had a Matchbox collection, we've had the best Matchbox cars ever.
David says the WHO is suing him.
What?
Oh.
What?
Oh.
Oh, this should be good.
So this is active litigation, so I can't have him on and ask questions.
I will.
Because I would.
What?
I would gladly have you on right this minute, David, but if you're being sued, you may not want to talk about it. But I would love to know what they're suing you for.
I'll bet you a nickel he'll tell us.
He actually just said, I'll answer.
Did you try to go out of the country again, Dave? Because you sure don't look like you.
So just because
weird twist.
I'm going to scroll down my messenger list until I get to David Gerlitz.
Yeah.
Because I'm going to invite him on, and if he wants to talk about it, he can, he can talk about it.
The fuck could you possibly have done? This wow. Okay.
Now,
this is called winging it.
We will still talk about the things that we were going to talk about, but I have to know this because I might have to come on as a character witness. I just want to be in the room. Hey, there's Chris. Chris Big Knowledge Garland is in the chat room as well.
There's my other man.
So before David gets on, Kevin, there's a series of events that happened this week that got the dander up.
Yeah. You got dander.
Not dandruff, dander. So this Dr. Catherine Egby, who is a South African health official. She claims that she's a specialist scientist in alcohol, tobacco, and other drug research for the South African Medical Research Council. So I get alerts on my Twitter when people say stupid stuff.
Yes.
So I got an alert for stupid stuff, and it says a change of addictive substance is not harm reduction. Quitting tobacco and nicotine products for good. Let me close this over here. For good is the best way to reduce harms caused by these products to individuals and to society. Now, yes, the goal is people quitting tobacco for good. I mean, that's fine.
Yep. Yep.
Now, the method with which you quit for good is going to be different for every human being. There are people who can quit cold turkey and have no problems. There are people there are a very small amount of people that Chantix or the gum or the lozenges or the sprays or the patches will work for. And the patches will work for more people if they actually use the higher dosage patches.
Yeah.
I'm totally for people using what helps them, right? You meet them where they are. You don't try to drag them to your position, right?
Correct.
Hey, Victor Altec. So I actually had, and there's a bunch of awesome, our friends, smart people that we know and love are here. Dr. Folds is here. Most of the smokers I have spoken to are very clear. They would rather be alive than dead and rather be healthy than sick. Switching to less harmful forms of a substance use based on patient preference and ability saves lives. To deny them that choice is simply bad public health. So, by the way, she says a change of addictive substance is not harm reduction. That is the exact definition of harm reduction, by the way. Just saying, Catherine. So I had to scroll. So if you scroll down, now I said, so you're saying the US FDA, the American Medical Association, are wrong with approving and supporting the use of methadone for people with opioid use disorder. Seems like a doctor would understand that offering a patient a safer substitute to a deadly one is the definition of harm reduction.
Yeah.
So our jobs, well, it's not our jobs, but our mission as harm reduction people, whether that's tobacco harm reduction or drug harm reduction or seat belts or whatever, is trying to get humans to not die prematurely, right? That is the whole mission of our, of harm reduction. And as people who vape and who promote vaping and say that we're harm reductionists or tobacco harm reductionists, whatever you want to call it, promoting the use of safer products of any sort is the exact thing that we're here for, right, Kevin?
Yep.
All right.
That is what we're.
So I saw some really stupid people this week. So let's preface this by saying, and don't get me wrong, I am not a fan of Joe Biden.
No.
I think you've heard me say, let's go, Brandon, quite a few times on this show. But one of the things, and Trump, who I also was not a fan of, he did some good things. He did some bad things. I accepted the good things, and the bad things I didn't support because they were bad things, right? So, I can do the same thing for Brandon or Biden. I mean, I can say, hey, you're an idiot, and all of these things that you did are stupid and bad, but you did one good thing. Let's do, this good thing here. I fully support this thing that you did. So there's a lot of people that are all upset because Biden is pushing through some policies that they don't like, and one of them is handing out safe use kits to people that use drugs. We fully support things like safe injection sites, things like clean needle exchanges. We support naloxone and Suboxone. Those things save people's lives. We are big fans of that. And also, Kevin, did you know that people that use drugs also have like diseases?
Yeah.
There are diseases that are sort of
more susceptible,
associated with drug use, right?
Mhm.
So,
lifestyle choices,
giving people something like a safe smoking kit, which would include filtered mouthpieces, not filtered mouthpieces, but like clean mouthpieces that you can, keep, like our drip tips for our devices and things like that.
Mm-hmm.
Because people that tend to use those things are probably not the most hygienic. There are things like hepatitis that runs in those crowds. So giving people a clean alternative for when they use their drugs will indeed save their life, or at least improve their health, and maybe keep them out of the hospital system or out of the clinics if they get sick. So
right,
it's important. So remember, we don't talk down to smokers, right? Or do you, or are you promoting talking down to smokers, Kevin?
I'm still a smoker,
so
as far as I'm concerned.
We should not judge the humans that we know or may not know that are under the thumb of some other substance.
Mm-hmm.
So why is it that we don't that we don't try to promote harm reduction in our own circles? Because I've seen some really asinine comments this week about how handing out clean crack pipes is going to promote crack use, or and these smoking kits are designed for safer use of these substances. Meth, you can smoke meth, or you can cook it down and you can inject it. The same thing, crack is, you can smoke crack. So we're trying to get, or not we, but they are trying to promote safer use alternatives to prevent people from overdosing, from, getting hepatitis or any other bloodborne pathogen that can be transmitted from sharing. I've seen, like, drug users, I've seen people picking up other, crack pipes on the ground and using it.
Mm-hmm.
God knows where that's been, right? You're not always thinking clearly when you're looking for your next fix.
No.
What are you trying to share something here on the
Victor share screen? Victor share screen. This was USA Today. What's inside a kit? I saw some of the stupidity. So is that big enough?
Well, no, make it bigger. Rub it.
So
rub it.
Two parts to this. A safe smoking kit may contain alcohol swabs, lip balm, other materials to promote hygiene, which you just mentioned, reducing transmission of diseases, like you just mentioned, of HIV and hepatitis. That's what What's-Her-Face said at the briefing. The problem I have with this, not only because of the stupidity I've seen, and I get it. I've done it myself with other subjects. They say crack pipe and you get the meme and you do your thing. That's great. But if you don't see what the actual level of intelligence is here, you don't know what you're talking about, which I'm guilty of too. I'm not pointing fingers. I'm just saying what's inside a safe smoking kit was what I was looking for. And that's what they told us was this. The problem I have with this is they've spent $30 million. That's less than $1 million a state. Less than $1 million a state. That's like ignorantly sad, if that's a phrase I can use.
That is
it's a
usable. That is indeed usable. Because I mean, I don't know how many people in the United States die annually from drug overdoses or from hepatitis, from other diseases that could be prevented.
Well, perspective.
Just from some hygiene, just from some
$30
harm
million
reduction. That's not enough.
What's fuckhead's name? Bloomberg gave $160 million to Matt. The government is giving out $30 million to drug problems. It's a sad number. If that was 300 million, I'd be like, okay, they're trying. 30 million is like, here's a little bit of money, now go away.
No, I mean, and relatively speaking, the items in there are not expensive.
No,
nothing in there is expensive.
No.
So I'm gonna make somebody famous tonight. How about that?
Oh.
Just because this one was right here where I could find it. So our very good friend Logan Exhales on Twitter has this is a topic that's very near and dear to his heart.
Yeah, he's been on the show.
He is, yes, and he's on the board of CASA, but he's quite outspoken about this topic. This is like, we're very well versed and knowledgeable, and our sort of rallying thing is where we rally around the neurodiverse.
Nice.
We focus a lot of attention on neurodiverse. We do spend some time on harm reduction in general, but he has a lot more knowledge on this than I do, because I'm kind of a square. I've never done any of these things.
Yeah.
So, I drink like a fucking fish. That's, but I've never done any of these things. I mean, marijuana is about as far down the slope as I've gone. And it didn't do anything for me. We've talked about it on the show. I just don't have the correct receptors in my brain for that to really work for me.
Yeah.
But Logan says clean pipes are good, actually. In so many ways, clean pipes are actually very good for you. Not just crack pipes. But Allison, Allie Vapes, who has been in our chat before, says, just wish they could support all harm reduction. Mm-hmm. And then here we go with Bender's Clouds. Bender's Cloud says, comparatively, sending crack pipes will create more harm than good. No comparison at all to actual harm reduction of vaping.
No.
So this is a closed-minded person who only cares about harm reduction because they vape. This is not important to them. Drug harm reduction, caring for people that are in the grips of addiction other than nicotine apparently doesn't mean anything to they, them, Hulk, Bender's Cloud. And then obviously Logan jumps in with actual research that shows that drug harm reduction, hygienic, sterile equipment or clean equipment does work. And then Dave, who we're going to talk about later probably, because Dave replied to one of my tweets this week, says, you probably were handed out free safer sex utilities while in high school. Actually, not when I was in high school. Safer sex was not ever spoken about back when I was in school. We the kids that came up after us got like the really medieval like sex education video, like, but we didn't even get that. They just figured that
they didn't even have sex
ourselves.
when you were in school, did they?
No, they did have sex. We had like 3 cheerleaders knocked up my senior year, so not we. I didn't knock them up, but my high school class, yeah. Unless you lived in medieval clerical era or were homeschooled by Puritans, did it lead to more sexually transmitted diseases amongst your peers? So, yeah. But remember Dave, because Dave sort of got my dander up slightly earlier.
Good.
On a different thread. And he's actually okay. Like he's not a target. Bender's cloud could definitely be a target though. And this is just one. Like, I'm not going to go through here and point out every stupid asshole in the tobacco harm reduction.
We don't have time.
Harm promotion group, because there are people, none of the lovely people in our chat room, by the way. These are all lovely human beings, and
even Ed,
I know that you care about your fellow man, but there are people in our sphere that only care about harm reduction as long as it reduces harm to them.
Well, because it's all about me, Patrick.
No, it's all about them, Kevin, not you. Them. They don't care about you. They only care about them. Please, come on.
You will.
Oh, Yolanda's got the shingles.
Ruh-roh.
Yeah. See, it says here, a bit miserable here today on account of shingles. Now, it depends. It really depends. The shingles they're awful. Don't get me wrong. Right. And I'm not making light of her shingles, but there are places where they can come that are way worse than others.
So let's go with that right there.
What, shingles?
What is a medication or whatever that makes those better? Because I thought you could never get rid of them, and they're from.
You can't. Once you've had the chicken pox, it's one of those things. It's in your system. Come.
Yeah. So I had
my mom. My mom gets them. My mom had chicken pox twice when she was a kid, which is supposed to be impossible, but she had not a severe case and not a super mild case, but it wasn't apparently strong enough for her body to build a huge amount of antibodies. So then like a year and a half later, she got it again, and then she got it really bad. So she has apparently a plethora of the chickenpox viruses running around in her blood, and all she has to do is get worked up. Like some people, a little stress, their shingles are pew.
All right. So what can you do to alleviate that?
Besides, you take antivirals, you take antihistamines or histamine blockers, different like calamine lotions and different things that you can treat it externally. You also have to treat it internally as well.
So there are reasonable things to reduce the harm caused by the discomfort, uncomfortable feeling, the itching, etc. So there's harm reduction even in that. Is my point. That's my point. That's all.
So
and it's not an old person thing either, is it?
But no, I mean it's.
I mean, you could have them.
When you say it's an old person thing, I mean obviously, people had to get the chickenpox when they were younger, for it to be in their body when they're older, right?
I did. I got them. They were there.
Kevin. So what I had to do, I just had to do this. Since this thread was a year old.
I know. I saw that. I was so happy, and I even retweeted it.
I brought back the A to Z of harm reduction thread because, like I said, I felt it was time to revisit this year-old thread since I've had a bunch of anti-harm reduction advocates on my feed. Safer alternatives is not exclusive to people that vape. Meet people where they are. Be better humans. And I'm not going to go through the entire A to Z of harm reduction thread, but I will point out for you idiots, not you, but for the other idiots, that we do cover
drugs. We covered
drug
everything.
Use.
You covered
right here
99% of the world.
Yeah, I mean, I
the human condition
of
the human condition has been covered.
Esoteric things, but down here we talk about drug overdoses. Right there, infections. That we actually do talk about drug prison reform policy. Reforming prison policies and things like that. But really.
The line
right here, Z, the most important one, billions of dead because you won't fucking keep an open mind and accept that humans are different from each other. And this is it blows my mind, the hypocrisy of the people that we have in our community, Kevin.
Let's go back to Kevin's life in his 20s. And I was driving a taxi and just driving a taxi and pick somebody up at the bar and take them back to the college where their parents were proud of them and they probably shouldn't have been, but they got home safely. That was harm reduction. And in the next call, I'm taking somebody over to pick up some crack and taking them back home safely.
Right. So Stellar Vapor says, hello, love the green screen. Either your prison green screen or my clusterfuck green screen in the background. I don't know about their harm reduction. Somehow this harm reduction will fall on the vape industry. Folks will look up harm reduction in the near future. We'll see. Thanks, guys.
It's out there. It's hard to find.
And we on this show have had we had Dr. Mark on the show, who is not a vaping harm reduction guy. That's not his claim to fame. He did a TED Talk on drug harm reduction, which just happens to marry with us in an adjacent way because we are both promoting reduced harm. I just, I don't. These people, like I said, there are people in, and I know some amazing people in this community, Kevin. You know some amazing people. We interact. The lovely Janine Timmons is in the is in the YouTubes. You need folk like me, Schmucko. I don't know what David is talking about tonight. I gave him the link. If he wants to come in here, he can come in here and we can talk about. He says we need folks like him. Schmucko. Is he calling you Schmucko or is he calling me?
He's calling you Schmucko.
It could be. It could be.
So you're in the healthcare field. Give me three things. Just because I know there's more than that. 3 things that are harm reduction tools that you use every day. PPE, whatever it is. Give me 3. Mask.
What?
3 of your personal protective equipment items.
When I treat a patient, even now, I wear an N95 mask.
You wear gloves, most likely.
A face shield.
Right?
Which I have the one that goes up and down like this. And I wear gloves. Now, if it's a person that has any reported contact with a confirmed COVID positive, then I have to wear the actual germ-proof
The vest.
gown.
Yeah.
And goggles under the visor.
So the example is that you have that safety glasses. Anybody that does any work doing a whole lot of things,
and you know how hard it is to find safety glasses that go over prescription glasses?
I don't think you can.
No, they do have them. They're just really hard to get.
So any personal protective equipment, when you've been to your job and they said, hey, you got to come in for your PPE bullshit stuff, is harm reduction, just like anything else.
Yeah.
It reduces the chance of
That's
harm.
on the list, by the way.
We covered a lot. You covered a lot. Anything you do, seatbelts, somebody said seatbelts earlier. It's helmets, all the same bullshit that you don't like and you don't want to wear, and you've taken the course 16 times, is way more important and way more pertinent to your life than you really realize. And you only care when you get hit in the head with a big beam going across the parking lot. So
yeah, this particular amount of stupidity in our circle is why we can't have nice things. I'm looking at you.
Who, me? What, me worry?
Well, whoever feels like I'm talking to them. I'm giving them, when you were a kid, like my dad never beat us. The threat of being beaten was enough. My mom was the disciplinarian, but all my dad had to do was point his finger at me like this, and that finger felt like it was like 10 miles long.
And the voice usually,
yes. So we have to be better humans, people. And again, not the humans that are in the chat room that love that, know who you are, the ones that I love.
Hair nets are harm reduction.
Well, I don't want a hair in my soup.
I don't want hair in my soup either. Gary Busey was anti-helmet. And then, well, there you go.
Yes. And then he had a horrific accident, and now he has all sorts of neurological problems. He banged his prefrontal cortex pretty hard. Mm-hmm. Anywho, so one of the stupid things that now I think David is having a stroke.
Leave him alone. He's in litigation.
He says, come on, comment. What?
I don't know what the comment part is.
I have no idea what that is, David. Just click on the link that I sent you from your computer. You've been it before. You've been here, so I know it works on your computer. And that way we can figure out if I need to call 911. He had one, he says. Did he have a stroke? Did something happen that we don't know about? He did. Mm-hmm. We didn't know that. Not unless it was years ago. I'm talking about now. I know that you had stuff before. So I'm going to show this, and this makes me extremely sad. The amount of stupidity in this video. But it must be played because on the movie set, yes, I knew that one. I didn't know if you had a new one. He had one when they were making Witness. Yes, I remember. So let's listen to Marco Rubio. This is well, this would not be somebody that I would hold up as a voice of reason, and stuff.
The Biden administration is going to be sending crack pipes and meth pipes targeting minority communities in this country, underserved communities. I know that sounds insane. I know that sounds too crazy to be true. They confirmed it yesterday. They call them smoking kits, and they say it's about equity. but they have in essence confirmed that they're going to be mailing and sending pipes that can be used to smoke crack and meth to underserved communities in America.
So
how can you say propaganda without actually saying propaganda?
So this is the
What is wrong with this guy?
This guy ran to be at one point was like on the short list of people that were going to be president or could have been president.
Oh my!
Like he was at one point, he was the leader, the front runner as a Republican candidate.
Is he New York?
And I'm a fucking Republican.
Was he New York?
No, he's Florida.
Oh, he's Florida. Well, is he still in office?
Yes,
Holy
he's a fucking
Jesus
senator.
Christ. How the fuck? See, this is exactly what Durbin is doing with vaping products.
No, Kevin.
That they're doing with
this guy in his ilk are making me look bad.
What? Oh my God.
So he's saying, now you got to understand, and I'm not being an asshole when I say this, that he's claiming that handing out these kits.
He just said crack
and meth. You can use the thing for either or, right? That they're targeting minority communities. Well, God damn it, where do you think most of the drug use is done?
Based upon my experience, 99%
black
of it is
and brown communities.
Right. Yeah.
So these are the people that are suffering the most from all of the problems from drug use, right? Mm-hmm. So it is not, I don't even say the word equity. I'm not a big fan of that word, but if you have a problem and it's in specific areas, wouldn't you try to put the solution or a solution or at least something that would mitigate the problem in those areas, specifically to those areas? Right. Now, if we're talking about alcoholism, then we can focus on the fucking Chardonnay drinkers in the rich neighborhoods, or pill popping. If we can figure out a way to reduce reduce the dangers of pill popping, then we put those solutions to work in the communities where those people are, right? Is this not logical? So right now, the meth and crack problem are in the poor minority communities and even the poor white communities. Let's not be, I've had patients that live in some pretty bad trailer parks where I could smell the meth labs in the neighborhood. If you've ever been around one, you don't have to be like in front of it. You can smell it like 300-400 yards away. They have a distinct odor. Excuse me. So anyway,
does he realize how fucking stupid he looks?
No, because there's a fucking crowd that are eating this shit up.
Well,
even people in our circles are eating this shit up.
I can think of 40 things to go with that type of information, but that's exactly what they're doing to us in other ways,
I need some nicotine.
Freak.
Okay.
Well, it's not right because you're not doing it my way.
So this motherfucker is othering
Mario. What is it? What's his name?
Marco Rubio.
You're a fucking retard.
He's othering people in this comment. He's scaring the uninformed and misinformed by trying to say, this policy, which was a Biden policy, which, again, I already said I'm not a fan, but this particular policy I can support, is going to help people. May not help many people with only $30 million of money behind it, But I don't have.
It's
I could go get a beer. Actually, Skip.
It's something
That could be dangerous though. So there's so many bad things about this video that I can't even enumerate them. Hey, Mario Anthony or Anthony Mario.
He's promoting the stupidity.
So this is
embracing the stupidity.
David Lloyd mentioned it in the chat room about handing out condoms. What's his name mentioned it about handing out condoms. If the logic behind this if there was any logic or any sense behind the BS that he's pushing, are you going to bring you one? What do you want me to bring you?
Beer.
Oh, a beer. Well, I no, because
or condom.
Minnesota.
I was assuming it was.
Well, she's married. She doesn't need a condom. Mark might have a heart attack though, but I'm just saying.
How, when I've said something and somebody said, well, I don't like the way you said that, or I don't like the message you gave, right? And then I've said, well, why don't you fucking do it better? So why is Mario, is he part of the Donkey Kong thing? Is Mario got a better idea?
No,
Mario's not giving him a better idea.
He's not Italian. He's
just
Marco,
bullshit.
not Mario.
Marco. Polo, he's just got a dick in his ass and he just wants to chat and perpetuate the stupidity.
You brought it up.
Doesn't even what?
This is the guy.
This is the guy
that some investigative reporter is going to follow him, and he's going to end up being in some bathhouse somewhere. This is the guy who's like, I mean,
well, we have predicted things before.
This is
he's screwing his assistants.
This is the guy right here. This is the guy they're in some sex scandal is going to come.
And who gives a shit? Right?
Well, he is a married man, and I do have I do take issue with people who are
he's just running infidelity. His fucking mouth.
If he's that kind of person to his wife, think what he would be to us.
Right. What I'm asking is, if you have nothing constructive rather than destructive, then why are you fucking talking unless you just want popularity and stupidity just boiling over? Because that did no good. Focus on the 30 million. Make it 300.
I'm not mad at you, David. Wait. Maybe he's drinking.
So if you can't be helping the situation, you have to make it look even worse than it was.
So
what I'm saying.
I don't often. I'm not often the type of person that's going to bring religion into this conversation. But I am going to bring religion into this conversation because there's a really nice column by Adam Johnson. And it's actually published on a website called The Column. So it says on crack pipe panic. Democrats try to fact check their way out of important ideological battle. So, yes, smoking kits, with pipes are an essential element of preventing disease transmission and getting those with substance issues in touch with life-saving services. And the Democrats should just explain that. They should describe that. They should, tell people this is why this works. So he says, I don't recall a lot of my evangelical Christian education as a youth, but I do remember distinctly and think about a lot the parable of the sheep and the goats from Matthew 25. You've probably heard it. At least I know that you've heard part of it. It's a bit cliche, but I will post the whole of it anyway. And I'm going to fucking read it to you. For some of you that haven't heard it or don't know the full part of it, because the last part is really the part that people always use. So it says, this is directly from the Bible. This is Matthew 25. All of the nations will be gathered before him, and he will separate the people one from another as a shepherd separates the sheep from the goats. He will put the sheep on his right and the goats on his left. Then the king, that's Jesus, will say to those on his right, "Come, you who are blessed by my Father, take your inheritance, the kingdom prepared for you since the creation of the world. For I was hungry, and you gave me something to eat. I was thirsty, you gave me something to drink. I was a stranger, and you invited me in. I needed clothes, and you clothed me. I was sick, and you looked after me. I was in prison, and you came to visit me." Then the righteous will answer him, "Lord, when did we see you hungry and feed you, or thirsty and give you something to drink? When did we see you a stranger and invite you in, or needing clothes and clothe you? When did we see you sick or in prison and go and visit you?" And the king will reply, that's again Jesus, "I tell you the truth, whatever you did for one of the least of these brothers of mine, you did for me." So this is the part about being better humans. What you do for the least of these brothers of mine, you did for me. So us conservatives, Christian folk, if that's what you are, or even if you're an atheist but you believe in being a good person,
No.
you cannot be against something that will help your fellow man.
No.
I mean, seriously, this is pretty elementary. You cannot claim to be a good person and be against something that will help your fellow man. Whether you're a Christian, a Buddhist, a Muslim, an atheist, an agnostic, any
or a
person that
politician.
claims to be a good person and care about other people.
Specifically politicians.
This is pretty simple stuff. It's like handing I know every one of you people out there, every one of you has been driving and stopped at a red light, and there'd be a homeless person with a sign at intersections.
Yep.
Now, I don't always have cash in my car to hand out to people, but when I do, and I can afford it, I do hand out, $10 or whatever. Or I'll say, "Hey, do you want me to go get you a burger?" Because sometimes they don't always use that money for. But that's, there's a fucking Phil Collins music video, Another Day in Paradise. And that's a scene from that music video. Everybody turning away.
Mm-hmm.
That's like, I don't want to see that person in need.
Not in my backyard. Yep. NIMBY.
That just popped into my head. That's
Right
actually
on
a very
the
good song.
corner.
Yolanda says she's never seen that. The music video or a homeless person on the street asking for money. Because you are in New Zealand, and there may not be as many homeless people in New Zealand as there are here. I don't know. You may actually take care of your poor better than we do. I don't know.
I look at it as you don't always know what somebody else is going through.
Right. And Mallory, that's a cop out, dear. She says I've seen homeless people driving better cars than me. So there are people who probably try to capitalize. There are bad people, but you cannot ignore someone in need because you think that they're trying to pull one over. You just can't.
Not all.
But anyway, our alcoholic stroke friend is able to get in.
Finally, a better looking person than us.
But anyway, now I hear my voice. Our alcoholic stroke friend is able to get in. You got to get some headphones on, David.
Person than us.
Anyway, now I hear my voice.
Either one, because I hear my voice.
You gotta get some headphones on, David.
Ah,
Anyway, now I hear my voice. Either one, because I hear.
I'm gonna mute him for a second till he gets that plugged in. No, actually, plug it in.
And
I can't find the hole.
I've
find
heard
the
that
hole.
before.
Dave.
What is this? What is this wood? What is this wood on the top of your screen?
What?
I've
find
heard
the
that
hole.
before.
You guys pissed me the hell off.
What is this wood? What is this? I can still hear. Why do I still hear my voice?
What-
Did you not find the hole?
It's my desk. I have a roll top desk.
That's better.
I have pension. I have.
Why do I still hear my voice?
What?
Did you not find the hole?
We're doing double shit here. Hold on.
That's you.
Roll top desk. Hey,
That's better.
everything is doubled.
Yes, it's you.
We're doing double shit here. Hold on.
Sign out and sign back in.
Fix your audio.
It's
Patrick.
your audio.
Everything is doubled.
Yes, it's you.
We're doing double shit here. Hold on.
Sign out and sign back in.
Fix your audio.
It's
Patrick.
your audio.
Everything is doubled.
Yes, it's you. Sign out and sign back in.
Okay.
Fix your audio.
Okay, let's do this again. I've been trying this for 40 friggin' minutes.
You got him all riled up. Now, what's wrong with you? It took me months to figure that out. So there you go.
Now he's going to say, send me the link again because the link doesn't work or something. That's what he did a while ago.
Frisco. Ed, we've been talking about old people.
No. Yes, yeah, we actually were. I mean, obviously, since David was...
Well, him and David are the same age, right? I think.
I don't know.
I bet they are.
Maybe.
Like 132, 135.
I think you're older,
Probably.
Ed. By like, well, Ed's like 105, and Gerlitz is maybe only like 95.
95. All right.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yolanda said that he didn't have his headphones in,
That could be.
like 95.
Uh-oh.
Nope. Yeah.
Hi there.
I can still hear you. I can still hear our echo. Said that he didn't have his headphones in. Like, oh, are you open on YouTube? Nope.
Hi there.
I can still hear you. I can still hear. Go to YouTube and close YouTube. Said that he didn't have his headphones in.
And you wonder why I drink.
Oh, are you open on YouTube?
Hi there.
I can still hear you. I can still hear to YouTube.
Goodbye. YouTube. Goodbye. You're pissing me off. And you wonder why I drink. Hang up.
Close YouTube.
I will. I'm going. Goodbye. I'm going. Oh, Jesus.
That's probably what it is. He had YouTube open in a browser window or something.
I've done that on my Facebook.
I've done it a few times. Yeah.
It's aggravating. Aggravating.
If you know,
this is why we smoke and drink.
Yeah. I'm gonna type just close YouTube on your browser.
It might be Facebook.
Or Facebook. Poor man.
Where's my?
He's a Luddite.
Where's my? Where's my share screen? He got it. There we go. Hold on. Let me make sure it's up and running.
Are you sharing your screen?
I'm sharing Dave's post a few minutes ago.
Oh, damn! You got to stop it and restart it. It does that periodically.
Why does it do? Victor's share screen's never done that before.
It does it to me sometimes. You've seen it.
Let's see. There. I've learned the more obnoxious and evil you are in public, the more you are popular.
No, that's not true. Absolutely not true, because I'm quite evil and obnoxious, and I'm not very popular. Nah.
Skip.
You've given David epilepsy. He's having seizures.
Oh my God.
So she has tons of excuses here. She says, I'm not jumping on. I don't have a bra on. My hair's not combed, and my headset isn't here. Well, the headset's the only important bit in that whole thing. All that other stuff was pointless and meaningless.
I've never ever on Friday night once ever worn a bra.
I've never worn a bra ever.
Screw that.
I decided at an early age that I would never wear a bra.
Let's see.
Or a bro. Or a man's ear.
Dave doesn't have a bra on.
So David,
I still think David
close the video out on YouTube, close the video out on Facebook, and open Messenger and click on the link, because you don't need the video playing in the background because you're in the video.
Dave said a while back that he wanted to climb the Statue of Liberty to get some attention, and I supported that.
If you wanna hump the Statue of Liberty, I would fully support your freedom to do so, my friend. I'm just saying, whatever floats your boat.
He said he did.
I don't know what he did, because he hasn't clicked on the link yet, because it hasn't showed up on my thing as him even attempting, because I can see anybody attempting to log in.
Oh,
I'm gonna send him the link again. I know it works because he's been on our show before.
I don't know what the who wants to shut him up about.
I know, right?
Because whatever it is, I'm gonna amplify that.
Yeah.
He humped the Statue of Liberty.
Oh, well.
With her permission, or
did she even notice? Hey. Oh, well.
With her permission, or
did she even notice? It's still there.
Damn it.
Hi there.
Hey. Hi there. Did she Are the headphones plugged in?
Damn it.
Can you hear me? Hi there.
Yes.
Yep.
Hi there. The headphones are not plugged in. Plug the headphones in.
Can you hear me? Hi there.
Hi there. The headphones are not plugged in.
Oh,
plug the headphones in.
You guys.
Hi there. The headphones are not plugged in.
You guys. I am here with bells on.
Do you have the headphones plugged in?
You guys. Yes, they're plugged in. What do you mean?
Then what? What are there speakers on in your office or in your room?
Can I take them up? Can you hear me now? They're plugged in. What do you mean?
Yep.
Is this better?
The echo is worse.
Are there speakers on in your office?
No! Take them up. Can you hear me now? They're plugged in. What do you mean? Is this better?
The echo is worse. Are there speakers on in your office?
Oh, he's drinking Natty Light. Oh, man.
Good night, boys.
Oh, he's drinking Natty Light. Oh, man.
Who said that? Good night, boys. Is there any other way we could do this?
Well, not if the headphones aren't working.
But is there any other way we could do this?
Not if the headphones aren't working.
Them are fancy.
Now plug those headphones in.
He's a treasure. Skips a treasure.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello?
Uh-huh.
No echo.
Bam.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, sir. Hi, Dave.
These are my 3-year-old grandson's earphones.
But they work better than yours.
I bought these for Knox.
And they work.
And they work.
I'm only Hi guys.
Now
What?
You're being
What?
sued by the WHO?
Okay, here's the deal. Here's the deal.
I want to be sued.
Everything you say, I'm hearing 3 times.
Well, I only hear it once. I only hear you once.
Well, I'm hearing
So I
you
think-
3 times, Patrick.
Do
That's
you
2 more
have
times than I need to.
do you have more than one browser window open?
I don't know.
What web browser are you using?
I don't know what a browser is.
It's the thing that you use to get on the internet. Internet Explorer or Google Chrome. Let me show you.
It's a gray one.
Let me show you. So you see here on the top of my screen, I have these different tabs.
Oh God, I want to talk to you guys so bad.
I need you to close all of the tabs but this
Oh
one.
my God.
Different tabs.
Oh God, I want to talk to you guys so bad.
I need you to close all of the tabs but this
Oh my God. Okay. All right, we're good.
He's going to get a hammer.
Okay. I'm going to close your tab.
Close the one that says Facebook and close the one that says YouTube.
Where?
So across the top of your screen right here.
I see it.
This tab, this tab, this tab, this tab, this tab, all these different tabs.
Where?
On your computer, you have to have more than one tab open. Right here.
I see it.
This tab, this tab, this tab. Oh, he clicked the wrong fucking tab.
He's going to drive out there and whoop you. Natty light for everyone.
Paul, go to. He lives. Where does he live? He lives in like
Jersey.
Jersey. Oh, no wonder. Okay, I got it.
What the hell does no wonder mean?
Jersey, the Garden State.
Is that what it is? Oh my God.
I tried to tell him that.
Hi there.
Oh my God, it worked.
It worked. I can
He's
see
so-
you. You're not talking doubly. Everything you said, Patrick, was coming through my earphone 3 times.
Well,
I
because
can
you
only
had
take it one time at a time.
you had the Facebook open.
I
You had
don't
the
know.
YouTube. Dear.
It's not his
So-
fault. He doesn't
But
know.
David Lloyd is laughing his ass off. So
Hi, David
We-
Lloyd.
we are being entertained or entertaining.
Kevin, can you hear me?
I can hear you just beautifully, David.
I love you, buddy. How you
I
been?
love you. I love you too. I've been good.
I love you more. Mwah.
Yeah, I'll get a room.
Hi, Patrick. Patrick, when you started sending me the link, I tried feverishly to try to hook up to you guys. And then you kept getting me pissed off because you were telling me I didn't hook up to you, but I know I did. And I don't know what to do.
You've been in here before, David.
Patrick, I know I've been there before, but I came in tonight just to say hi to you guys.
Hi.
Yesterday.
Then I made the stupid mistake of telling you that I'm being sued by the World Health Organization.
Well, I know.
Which is a problem for me.
I know.
You know, it's a thorn in my side. It's a fly in my Metamucil. Okay. What, Kevin? You're laughing.
Didn't they already get your letter the last time?
They got my letter of intent to tell them to go fuck themselves, and they didn't like it. Okay?
Tell them again, Dave.
And I said, I know Patrick and I know Kevin, and they still came after me.
They probably came after you harder.
Let me just tell you something, Patrick, okay? Because you're pretty smart technologically. I am not, okay? So my frustration level goes really high when I can't technologically connect with the people that I care about, okay? Because it makes me look like an a-hole. And I can do that all by myself, okay?
We can.
So all I can tell you is that I love you guys. I love your show. And I want to tell you what I'm going to do in the next couple weeks because I'm done. I've had it, okay? And I don't bug you guys. I don't tell you what to do in your world, okay? No. But everything you say is correct and true. Everything you say needs to be put out there in a way that more people are going to hear it to where we can continue to thrive and live and enhance the quality of people's lives in tobacco harm reduction. So with that being said, I tune into you just to watch you sometimes because I want you to know I'm around, I'm alive, and I'm well. Okay.
Yep. And we care about that.
Okay. And I do. I keep quiet. It's been a rough couple of years, as you know, with COVID, my wife dying, and all the other crap with the government and Biden and Trump and shit and crap. And, you know,
yep.
You guys are going to have to continue to do what you do. Okay. If you get one listener every week that's going to now believe in what you're telling them with the information you give them, that's beneficial. That's tobacco harm reduction. I've got to do more than that. I've got to do something for myself at my age, at 72 years of age. I've got to do more because I'm so sick and tired of the BS that's going on with the 900,000 people that died from COVID and the 900,000 people who died from smoking cause nobody gives a shit. So I'm going to come back, throw my hat back in the ring and let people know that I'm going to be heard from again, whether you like it or not. And I'm going to do what I have to do to raise the level of awareness to help people live longer. And that is quit smoking, find vaping, find CBD, find hemp, whatever it is you got to do what you got to do and stop the bullshit with people in the government and the bureaucracies and the media who are trying to now decimate an industry that I knew 7 years ago, was going to be the best magical pill for people to take. So you guys got to keep doing what you do. I'm alone. I'm isolated. I have 8 grandkids, 3 grown kids, and 2 great-grandchildren. And I'm going to leave this world knowing that I tried. So you guys got to pick up the slack, and you have been for years.
Yep.
How many years have you been on the radio, guys? Patrick?
This show, we've been on.
Years?
This show has been on since 2016.
Okay, but with Kevin and my buddy Kevin?
Kevin's been here, 3-4 years?
Yeah, three plus, I think.
Yeah, almost 4 years. And then obviously we did the Vaping Militia Radio for 3 years before that.
Okay, I know that. So what we have to do with everything that's going now with COVID and science and back to science and follow the science and all the bullshit that we have had to look at for 2 years with COVID and the pandemic, let's get the science back into the public's repertoire, brain, to know that this is something that we will continue to do, whether we make a penny or a nickel or a dime or a quarter, to get the word out there, to make vaping and CBD and hemp and all the other alternative medicines that the pharmaceutical companies aren't getting any financial reward for, I want to get that out there to the public. And you guys are doing the right thing, whether it's humorous and funny. And I listen to you guys. I watch you from a distance, and I wish that I could be there more. But I get so pissed off and angry that I realize that if I say something that's going to be negative and harmful to what you guys are trying to do, I'm going to back away. But tonight, I'm in a good mood. Do you know why? You know why?
Because you're being sued.
Because I'm being sued by the World Health Organization. Okay? And the World Health Organization are people that will get me some sort of, I don't know, attention to help you guys do what you do best. Tell people like Joe Rogan do what he does best. And I'm not going to limit myself to what I have available to me to tell the World Health Organization to go fuck themselves. Okay?
Well,
yeah.
I don't want to interrupt you, but you said Joe Rogan, and Joe Rogan is not the most intelligent person.
No, he's not. No, he's not.
He's done some really negative vaping shows.
Yes, he has. But what I'm talking about is the public's opinion of people like him who have the balls, the testicles enough to say what he thinks is believable in his mind, the way he lived. You're different than I am.
He didn't even stand up for himself, though. He already backed down. He already apologized. He's removed shows.
I'm not putting Joe Rogan on a pedestal, Patrick. I'm just telling you that when you get a gazillion people now following Joe Rogan because of what he did and what he said and the kind of media attention he got in a matter of 10 days, 14 days, not forgetting the ivermectin thing or whatever it was, the medicine he took for the COVID. He came out with all of his nonsense and all of his bullshit. Okay. He got a following. The vaping community never got a following from the majority of the people in the United States that was going to allow people to live longer and enhance the quality of their life. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying Joe Rogan is right, and I agree with you. Okay.
I don't like him, but I also don't feel like he should be canceled for showing a differing opinion.
Amen.
Than other people.
That's
good. I think he's dumb as a bag of hammers, as David Lloyd said in the chat room. But I also don't believe that people should be canceled for having a different opinion. And I'm a huge Neil Young fan, but it is what it is. Darker says in the chat room here, I have to disagree with you, Darker. Medical nicotine works. We need medical vapes. For vaping to go through the medical pathway, I don't know if you're in the States or if you're in a different country, but the FDA process for medical approval for drugs is a very long and even more complicated process than the PMTA. For us to get medical approval to be done as a medicinal vape would mean that every vape on the market has to be removed immediately from the market and go into a 10-year process, at least 10-year process to go through the channels of being a medical device. And then every person that vapes would have to go to their doctor, find a doctor, ask our Aussie friends how hard it is to get a prescription from their doctor for a vape, because obviously in Australia there's a prescription pathway for them to get e-liquid or them to get nicotine products. So no, this does not need to go down the medical pathway. It doesn't need to be on the tobacco pathway, but it needs its own pathway, because it's ridiculous. But anyway, I didn't want to interrupt you, but I did want to address Darker's comment.
No, all I was telling you, Patrick, is that I don't agree with everybody. I don't agree with you half the time.
Good.
I don't agree with Kevin half the time. We've had these shits and giggles, bantering, fodder and banter all the time. That's good. Yeah. Okay. So when I'm talking about freedom, and that is not everybody is going to like the Patrick and Kevin show. Okay. Because what you say may piss somebody off. What I say might piss somebody off. But the bottom line is, if you look at the logic and the common sense that we've been faced with for 2 years in this world regarding COVID, science, follow the science, follow the science, follow the science. We have followed the science on vaping for several years, and the science on vaping says it's 95% safer than combustible tobacco. That's all I'm saying. So, in other words, to get the word out, we need a platform greater than what you can offer, greater than what Joe Rogan can offer, greater than what Howard Stern can offer, greater than what The View can offer. We need to get people who are actually committed to saving lives and tobacco harm reduction, like you, to get a bigger and better platform and a bigger and better audience and a bigger and better army to fight what you're trying to save. That's all I'm saying, if that makes any sense. Okay?
It does.
So my picking on you guys is based on the fact that you need to get more pissed off than you do, because you guys are a lot of fun. Okay? And what you say is legitimate. It's real. It's fact-founded. It's based on science. It's based on reality. But we need to get a bigger audience to listen to you guys, and people like me and people like anybody in the anti-tobacco movement who is not against something that's 95% safer than smoking cigarettes. So if you're talking about vaping, if you're talking about COVID, if you're talking about hemp, if you're talking about CBD, all those things are a wonderful tool to enhance the quality of people's lives. Okay. So you and Kevin have got a format and a platform that is a beautiful place for people like me to be, to get information out in a fun-loving way that's not going to be pissing people off. Okay. But you always will, because people get pissed off very easily anymore. Right?
Yeah. There's a lot of fragile people. There's a lot of
I don't like fragile people anymore. I don't care about. I'm above the opinion that people have of me at my age. Kevin likes me. He's got bail money for me. He's worth $23.
No, he spent that money.
I see a jail behind him in the thing. All I'm saying, guys, is that I am at a point in my life at 72. I don't really give a rat's ass about what people think about me. I just want people to find a way to look at reality like you guys are offering every week. When you come on every Friday night, you offer statistics and you offer data, you offer information, you offer links, you offer all the information that people can go to if they want to help enhance their lives. And a lot of people won't do it. They never will. You know that. Okay. They're just going to go through life floundering, treading water, trying to make, feel enabled that somebody's got to look after them. I don't look after anybody other than my 3 children, my 8 grandchildren, and my 2 great-grandchildren, and the few people I have left as friends. Okay. Everybody else can kiss my ass. All right. Because they're not going to change my opinion on how people should live in a loving world that's full of vitriol and hate and antagonism. I just can't handle it anymore. So tonight I posted earlier, before your show even came on the air, that I'm done. I'm done with playing games anymore. My life is about helping people that I care about. And if you look to me for information that's factual and based on research and science and data that has been proven and replicated, then I'm going to be on your side. But otherwise, get out of my way. But you guys have done that for the last few years. Keep doing it. Do what you got to do to bring people in to listen to what you have to offer in the form of data and statistics. I personally am above that because I have gut feelings and I have logic and common sense.
Well, the good news is we're not going anywhere because
I know
5 Ponds has at least sponsored us for half the year. Kevin's website is out of hock because we used some of that money to pay Kevin's website. So
my bail money?
Yeah,
it's all gone. Yeah, but 5 Palms does owe me for half the year after June. So, but yes, the guys, Jay Love and the guys at 5 Ponds, they sent me some money to keep the website going. We did get a fairly nice anonymous donation in November that helped us significantly. Thank you to the person that did that. Our bills are paid, so we're not going anywhere. We're here.
Well, I'm not going anywhere either. I just happen to be in New Jersey.
Well,
can't tell you.
I won't.
mean,
I won't hold that against you.
I'm fucked. I'm in Jersey.
The Garden State.
Yeah, we got 2 gardens.
Well, the Pine Barrens are pretty nice. There's some green in the Garden State.
Yeah, I got some land over the Brooklyn Bridge. You may want to buy too.
They do have nice gas stations on the Jersey Turnpike. I will say that.
They're rest stops for gay people that want to go in there and hang out.
Well, no, but I never go in when I lived up north and I was driving through Jersey to get to Long Island.
Long Island.
Yes, you go over the Goethals and Verrazano bridges to get into Long Island. I used to have friends that live in Valley Stream, and I would go there. But you'd stop and get gas, and I didn't even have to get out of the car. Like, people came running and pumped my gas for me, and
yeah, that's Jersey.
Yeah, because I mean, that's pretty cool, right?
Yeah, I lost my wife 2 years ago. I'm ready to move out of my house. I'm going to go into a trailer. I'm going to live with my dog in a van down by the river. Like
come to Texas. It's better weather.
Huh?
I said, come to Texas. It's better weather.
Oh, I can't leave my grandkids. I got 8 grandkids. Bring them. Oh, yeah. Okay.
Make them move.
I got a 162-pound bull mastiff. You want me to bring him too?
Yeah, I got a backyard. He can run in my backyard.
You guys, let me just tell you something. I started drinking around 1 o'clock today, so it's probably not the best night for me to be on the air because I had a bad day yesterday, but I had a good day today. So I started drinking to celebrate. Okay.
Good.
And my whole theory tonight is I posted some things on Facebook tonight because I'm done. I'm over it. I'm old. I'm tired. I'm a widower. I have nothing to gain. I have pension money. I'm pretty good. I got stuff from Pinnacle Hemp today to take care of my dog because he's got arthritis in his hip. So I'm good. Okay. But I wanted to come on. I wanted to come on with you guys tonight to let you know that I'm back in the game. Okay. You're going to hear from me, but I will never, ever, ever, ever stop loving Kevin Crowley. Okay. He's my go-to guy. You're okay too, Patrick, but I've known Patrick, and I committed to him like 4 or 5 years ago that whatever I do, he's going to be into it. So I'm getting back into it somehow, some way. And it's not going to be a podcast because I don't do podcasts. I did the David G thing when I was with Pinnacle. I did the David G things with Vapes Gone Wild. I've done all that. I think people are going to listen to me now that they are mentally open-minded to hear about science, because that's all we've heard for 2 years with COVID is follow the science, follow the science, Well, the science we've had with vaping and the wonderful things that it did for people who couldn't quit smoking, but vaping cured the addiction to tobacco through combustible cigarettes. I'm going to get back into it now because I think we need to have a voice. But the problem is, I think people are so damn confused about, is it still legal to vape? Can you buy e-liquids? Do you have to get synthetic nicotine? You got to do this. You got to do. I think people are so confused that shows like you have got to address that for the 18 million smokers we still have out there to say, yeah, it is a safer alternative. Let's do what we have to do to go in the back door to find a way to quit smoking by finding the flavor we like or whatever. That's all I want to do, and that's all I'm capable of doing. But you guys have the platform. I just have the voice. You know what I'm saying? That makes sense?
Yep. See, David, I want you to see this tweet. I'm gonna throw it up on screen so that you can see this. This is a doctor. His name is Dr. Urso. And he says, which do you trust more? Explain why. It was a poll. 97.3% of the people that responded on this poll said that they trust gas station sushi more than they trust the FDA or the Department of Health and Human Services or the FBI. Now, this isn't necessarily about vaping because this is obviously this guy's
in general.
He's a doctor. This guy's a doctor, and this is probably about COVID. but some of our people responded to this thread, Skip and so forth. Skip says there's less potential for bias and conflict of interest as the gas station or in the gas station.
Mm-hmm.
So quite a lot of our vapey friends responded to this, but I'm sure that the impetus that started this poll had to do with COVID and vaccines.
I would try some sushi.
But the sheer fact that 97.3% of the people trusted gas station sushi more than they trust the FDA or the DHS is quite telling. And this is obviously, this is, again, non-vapey. I mean, even though there's some vapey people in here. But people don't trust the government anymore. The new headline is that there's a study out now. There's one study out now that says that vaping doesn't help people quit smoking. Asshats like Tahir Turk and other Bloomberg fuckers. I
wrote the same thing you just said down tonight. I read it.
Yeah. So we did a show a while back on what they call confirmation bias, which is scientists who have a conclusion and ignore all the other science that disproves their conclusion, and they run their experiment until they get the result they want. We have one study that comes out that says that vaping doesn't help people quit smoking, which has already been dissected and disproven, or at least a lot of shade has been thrown at it. When we have a plethora of other studies that show that vaping does help people quit smoking.
All right.
So, Bill in the chat room is right. He says that new study is using regurgitated 2017 cherry-picked data and claims. But again, all it takes is somebody with a couple credentials after their name to publish a paper that has selectively used data from the PATH study or survey. That's the smoking survey that they do every year, right? And they pick and choose which data sets that they're going to use to get the result that they want.
Yeah.
But
Kevin,
again, if you use
go ahead.
If you use the full data set, which they don't do, and they never publish the full data set, it obviously would show that, yes, vaping does indeed help people quit smoking. And they don't even, the guy that wrote this new paper didn't even go into the definition of relapse and things like that would quantify the result.
Do we know exactly or approximately how many people quit smoking? I don't mean quit totally, but cut down or, limited their take to combustible tobacco. Do we know if it was 7 million people who quit smoking with vaping, or 10 million people, or 8 million people? Do we know? I mean, is there any?
There's estimates. There's estimates out there.
What's the estimate? 8 million?
The last year's data is looking at about 11 million.
11 million. Okay.
Yeah.
I was going to say 10 to 11, but I didn't want to get crapped on by saying.
And that's including complete cessation. That's including dual users.
Okay.
And think
Okay, so let's do the math for a second, Patrick and Kevin. 11 million people who have quit smoking. They will now live longer, probably scientifically, with the science to back that information up. If you quit smoking, you will live longer. 10 to 11 million people quit smoking, so now they'll live longer because of vaping. But we had 900,000 people in 2 years die from COVID. 900,000 people died from smoking-caused illnesses in the same time frame. Nobody's talking about it. So what are we looking at as far as numbers that should now raise the level of awareness with the media to say, hey, there's something here that says vaping will now help people live longer. So what I wrote tonight in my post and my Facebook thing, which I just started yesterday, actually, is not to prove anybody wrong. It's the logic and the common sense behind what you guys have been talking about for several years. The common sense is that if you quit smoking and you go through vaping, which is 95% safer, there's a good chance you'll live longer, enhance the quality of your life, and be around longer. So what does it take for you, me, and Kevin to get the media to say, you know what, these guys make sense, not only scientifically, but morally, ethically, and legally? Okay, because what you're saying has been proven over and over again. So what do you and I and Kevin do? We get drunk. We get pissed off. We get angry.
So
I don't know what else to do, guys.
Oh, there's Florence.
So
David,
I
don't like sports.
I'm going to throw I'm going to throw some numbers. So every year, it's estimated that around 8 million people die from smoking every year worldwide. Globally. 480,000 Americans die every year. But let's just look at the numbers across the international scope, because we have a lot of people that are international in our chat room.
Right.
So this is a problem that you would think an organization called the World Health Organization could get behind, especially an organization that is their articles of the World Health Organization has 2 treaties. They have the treaty that founded the organization, and then that includes the Bill of Human Rights, which includes harm reduction as one of its main pillars.
From the framework program, right? Back with
the FCTC, the Framework Convention on Tobacco Control, specifically in Article 4 says that harm reduction should be promoted.
Right.
But they have a thing in their founding documents, in the World Health Organization's founding documents, that says that good health is a human right.
Yes.
That human beings have the right to good health.
Right.
And part of that means that they should be informed on safe options, on harm reduction. It's included right in their founding documents.
Right.
However, now the World Health Organization does embrace harm reduction in the drug category, in clean needle exchanges and safe injection sites and those sorts of things, which I applaud them for, because those are humane things that we should be offering people that are in trouble to reduce risk.
Right.
But in tobacco, if you say tobacco harm reduction to these people, they glaze over and get deaf.
Yeah.
But absolutely. 8 million people. If COVID killed 8 million people, I don't know how many people died from COVID last year
in this country or the world?
The world.
2 million.
Let's see. Deaths from COVID
2 million.
World. Let's see. Worldwide. La. So 5.79 million. 5.79 million people died from COVID. So smoking killed more people than COVID. And have you seen the efforts that the World Health Organization and other public health organizations have done across the globe? No, they've done substantially. I mean, obviously they've worked towards hygiene, social distancing, promoting vaccines, buying vaccines and distributing them across the globe. Those are all things to mitigate the harms of this virus, right? They spent billions and billions and billions of dollars across the globe for 5.79 million lives, right? Mm-hmm. But for tobacco harm reduction, for trying to reduce those numbers, they have done no mitigation at all.
Zero.
That was
Kevin,
the zero, yeah. Yes, sir.
When you're done with this program with Patrick and you kiss him goodnight and all that stuff and all the things you do on Friday
well, there's
night,
going to be a reach around in there somewhere.
Okay. You need to look at what I posted around 7:30, 8 o'clock tonight. I said the exact same thing tonight, that I'm done. I'm throwing my hat back in the ring with whatever time I have left in this world to now to try to mitigate all the crap that has been thrown upon the people who have spent years, I'm talking 12, 13, 14, 15 years, to do what the vaping shops did. Because let's be honest, literally, these tobacco shops that turned into vaping shops, that turned into CBD shops, and they literally, originally 12, 14 years ago, when they came up with e-liquids and vaping, their intent was to, yes, sell product, but also help people live longer by getting them to quit smoking. Not all, but some, okay?
Yep.
And when they did this with the intent of continuing to make a product that is magical. It's been proven to work. It's globally looked at as 95% safer than combustible tobacco. Okay. So we went into this full guns and we got all excited. We had parties, we had conventions, we had all the things necessary to bring people out to get excited about something that was going to take away an addiction that they started at 15, 16, 17, or 18 years of age. Okay. Now we're going to eliminate that and they're going to live longer for the benefits of their family, save money, and not have a horrible, miserable death caused by lung cancer or heart disease or emphysema that was caused by a product that was introduced to them when they were children at 13, 14, 15, and 16 with $14 billion worth of advertising to make it look wonderful, sexy, glamorous, fun-loving, free-spirited for the girls, macho, tough, rugged, robust, and virile for the guys. So we had this wonderful opportunity and we blew it, okay? We blew it because greed outweighed fear. People came in with the horrible marketing of children's cartoons on the packaging and of course, the jewel thing and the thing that you've talked ad nauseum about. So now we need to get back now because science has now been a part of people's vocabulary with COVID. And I'm correlating the two together only because COVID was based on science, based on science, based on science. Vaping was based on science that it saves lives. It's 95% safer. It's been proven globally, but nobody's talking about it. That's my whole anger approach to this whole issue this last week.
Well,
why are we not looking at that?
Because I mean, well, we're looking at that. I mean, obviously,
you are, yes, you are, of course.
We've had dozens of scientists on this show.
Of course.
The problem is guys like Bloomberg spent $800 million last year globally on anti-vaping campaigns, and has a much, much bigger amplifier than we do.
Of course.
I would love Elon Musk to come and say, hey, I saw your vaping show and I really I support vaping, and here's a check for $800 million to negate the Bloomberg $800 million. But I don't think Elon Musk is going to write a check. No. And I don't think Jeff Bezos is going to write a check. No. So we have to do what we've been doing, just figure out ways to get it. I mean, the COVID thing sort of, there was a big, huge thing planned in the UK, a big rally in the UK to thank the politicians, and that, you know, there would have been press there and stuff. And then the COVID happened and half the people that were going to go couldn't go because of the travel restrictions, which, you know, is you know, so getting the ears. I mean, we have the SRNT-15. We have all these really smart people that are in tobacco control finally saying, you know what, we were wrong. Cliff Douglas, who we tried, I reached out to Cliff Douglas to get him and you on a show at the same time.
He won't talk
to me. He declined the interview because he said that he wanted to go to bigger news outlets than my little podcast. And I get it, you know, he's, you know, got to go on Fox News or something. Can I
stop you there for a second?
What?
Where was Joe Rogan about 2 months ago? Doing a podcast, making $100 million with Spotify, doing his thing, and then all of a sudden he gets COVID. He started talking about the drugs that they use for horses for, you know, like
ivermectin. Yeah.
Okay. And that's what changed. All I'm saying is I have information for the last 30 years sitting in my gut. It's in my gut, okay? That I know what the tobacco companies and the marketing people did that will now diffuse all of the bullshit and the lies that our government and our media and all the people in the, what do you call them? What do we call them? Like the body parts people? Kevin?
Yeah.
Okay. These people have lied. I can expose them. And I've said this many, 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 many times before. I just don't have the platform necessary, nor did Joe Rogan 3 or 4 years ago. And I don't like Joe Rogan, Patrick, so don't get me wrong. I'm not
but he's got a platform.
He's got a platform. We need a platform, and our platform wasn't strong enough, big enough, large enough. We didn't have a big enough army. We had the AVA, we had the VTA, we have CASA, we had Zafata, we had the people that were trying very hard because we had the consumer issue, we had to have the advertising issue, we had to have the legal issue, we had to have the lobbyists, all that stuff. It came on so we lost track of it. But what I'm saying now is that we have the scientific information behind what you have been saying for 4 and 5 years, Patrick and Kevin, and what I've been saying for 12 and 14 years, to now where people look at science and they say, well, what's the science say? Well, the science says that vaping is safer. So let's get a bigger and better army, bigger and bolder, with more balls and more testicles and more estrogen.
Do you have the Peter Jennings paper still?
What?
You have the Peter Jennings stuff?
2 boxes full.
Yeah.
He gave it to me in 2003.
I know. I don't know if you still had it or not.
I have it. Yes.
That would be, reach out to Joe Rogan and say, look, I have all of these confidential
Well, I just said that tonight about 7 o'clock tonight before you guys even came on the air. I said, if I had the opportunity to go on a show like a Joe Rogan now, not a year ago, because Joe Rogan was nothing a year ago.
He had millions of followers.
But here this podcast was based on, being dirty and like Howard Stern. He was competing with him, Howard Stern and Joe Rogan, and they were. But I like people who are honest in their beliefs. I don't have to agree with them. I like people who are honest in their belief. I like your beliefs. I don't agree with you, Patrick, all the time. Okay, I love you for your honesty. Okay, now you don't expect everybody to agree with everything you say, do you?
No, that would be boring.
That was boring. So when you get people like Howard Stern, and you got people like Joe Rogan, and you got people like Greg Gutfeld, you got all these people who have an opinion, and Whoopi Goldberg and Joy Behar, they are getting the amount of people necessary to get the bunch of sheep in this world that we are living amongst. Okay, they're going to follow the people who are the loudest and the most vulgar. Okay, I don't know why, but that's how it is. I'm not vulgar. I might say the F word. I might cuss, but I'm not vulgar. You're not vulgar. Yeah, a little bit. But you're not going to be.
No.
You're not going to bring the crowd in necessarily enough to make sure that what you're saying is heard by the masses. So Joe Rogan, Howard Stern, Whoopi Goldberg, all these people, Meghan McCain, all these people are getting headline information. I have always said, and Kevin will attest to it, I've said this for 6 years, Kevin, 5 years, 6 years. Kidnap me, let me get some media attention necessary to get people to hear the story. Then they'll believe the story based on the fact that somehow I must be telling the truth because I'm popular. I'm telling the truth anyway. But the only reason people listen to people is because they get all of this hype and all this bullshit and all this media attention, front page news. We see it every day. We live in the moment of we know what happens to somebody in Idaho tomorrow morning. They had a bowel movement at 7 o'clock and they weren't supposed to have it till 12. So we hear about this stuff. We regurgitate it. We have to live it, believe it. I know. All I'm telling you guys, keep doing what you do. I'm going to do what I do. You don't have to love me. You don't have to like me. I know Kevin will always, because he's got my bail money. And I always prove to him that what I say is true. Mark my words. This vaping thing is going to come back with a vengeance in the next 6 months to a year if we do two things, okay? I'm not at liberty to tell you what they are right now. And I'm not worried about the Triton, lawsuit to stop the MSA and all that stuff and all the what is the MSA? Is that what it's called, Jack? Kevin?
No, they're
MBA.
PMTA.
PMTA. Well, you know what I'm saying. I've been out of it for a while, but you got Triton, and you got Todd Wages and his crew. You got people who are trying really hard to get all of these stays on all the PMT. Nobody knows what's going on, guys. Do we sell liquid? Do we sell e-liquid? Is it legal? Is it not legal?
It's not legal.
But people are selling it.
Because there's no enforcement.
Synthetic and all that. What?
Because FDA is not enforcing. They're. I mean, all
But
these
it's not
people are
legal.
going. Huh?
It's not legal, but they're still doing it.
Yes.
Well,
Until they get caught.
well, what do you say to that? As
Keep doing what you're doing. Save people. That's what I tell them.
I agree. Keep doing it and tell them to kiss your ass. And,
Yep.
and if more people do that, then they're going to walk away, just like the truckers in Canada are doing right now. They're making great strides to get their point across, and we needed to do the same thing, but we didn't have a big enough army at the time when the PMTA came down and we crossed the line and said that was the date, and we're no longer going to be able to sell anymore. The people just folded. So I don't know what to tell people anymore. I don't know who to endorse as far as a product or an e-liquid or a vaping device.
I don't endorse anything. I
don't
say
either.
whatever
I haven't
works.
eaten it for 3 years or 2.5 years. Okay. But I still believe in the concept, and I still believe that 18 to 20 million smokers out there still should have the option to find something that's going to enhance their life. And I know that sounds boring, but I don't know what else to do, guys. Listen to you guys is not only entertaining, it's very educational. I learn from you guys. I watch you guys. But what else do we have available at our disposal to help people, face this shit?
I've been saying this for
Yeah.
I've been saying this for years.
Yes, you have.
The vaping industry that we know today is going to be crushed. Going to be crushed. There's no doubt in my mind.
Yeah, it already is.
But they're not going to be happy until everybody is out of business. They're going to wait 5 years, 2 years. They're going to wait amount of time, and then they're going to approve, because we've been saying this from the day one, from April of 2014, when they came out with their financial impact data, their financial impact report, and they said, we expect 99% of the industry to exit, because that's what they want. Right. They don't want to regulate 20,000 products sold by 5,000 businesses. They want to regulate a dozen products made by 4 companies or 5 companies.
Philip Morris, Altria, RJ Reynolds, and
Exactly.
So there is a future for vaping, but it's not going to be for the mom and pops, because that's the way the government has set it up. That's the way the FDA has chosen to regulate. Because
stop, Patrick,
remember,
stop, Patrick. You said that with really brute force, okay, and it makes sense. They're not going to stop. What do we do about it? That's what people want to hear, okay?
Well,
and you are capable with the information and data and stats and the computer stuff you have. What do we do about that? Really, I'm not bullshit. What do we do to combat that?
Well, we have to win the general public back. Yeah. 2016, and we've talked about this multiple times, but I'll regurgitate it. 2016, 70% of the general public believed that vaping was safer than smoking.
Right.
In 2016. 2017, that number changed. 2018, that number changed some more. And then by 2019, the number was 70% of the general public believed wholeheartedly that vaping was more harmful than smoking.
Right.
So the only way that we can win, the only way that we change the trajectory, is to get people that don't use these products to understand the truth of these products.
All right.
Because obviously the I vape, I vote thing is a vast joke. It made no difference at all.
Right.
Did not work because, and I've said this before, most people that vape are from vastly different socioeconomic and social categories.
That's right. Yep.
So we have black vapors, white vapors, green vapors, yellow vapors. We have
poor vapors, rich vapors,
gay vapors, rich, straight vapors, poor, from every category. So when it comes to people that have differing important things, I'm a huge Second Amendment guy. I am never going to vote for a pro-vaping, anti-gun candidate ever, because the Second Amendment is very important to me. And if you're a gay vapor, you're probably not going to vote for a Republican that's going to remove your right to live the life that you want to live.
Right.
So regardless of whether vaping is important, there are people that have more than one thing that's very important to them.
Do you really believe that the Republicans don't want vaping? Is that what you just said?
There are quite a few of them
quite
that
a
are
few,
very
but
vocally anti-vaping.
Not
even
just
a
the
little bit.
Democrats. I mean, with the Democrats,
There are some Democrats that are pro-vaping.
I know some.
So it is not a black and white thing.
There are some Republicans that are pro-vaping as well.
Yes, but it's not a. There is no party. I mean, there are huge chunks of both parties that believe a certain way, but we're going to have Republicans vote for anti-vaping bills, and we're going to have some Democrats that are voting for pro-vaping bills. So you can't vote strict party lines and believe that that's going to benefit this topic.
I'm just asking.
That is a dialogue. That is a message that we've pushed because guys like Paul Blair, who has done a lot of good work in our area, sort of pushed that it was a Republicans versus Democrat thing. And that's not true. It is not true. Guys like Mitt Romney have been very anti-vaping, and there are quite a few others in the Republican side that are far right that don't want you to have any fun.
But at this point in the stage of conversation, I've never been a one-issue voter. I've never been. My son-in-law is a teacher. I live in New Jersey. We hate Murphy, but he was all for unions. So he said he got my daughter to vote for the Democrat because he was pro. That's all he cared about. His job. Everybody is one issue. Everybody has an issue within their government. So, but what I'm talking about, when you have the amount of people who die from tobacco every year and have had consistently died from tobacco, they have a loved one, a family member, a mother, a father, a sister, a brother, a son, a daughter, that we can get to with information that is no longer going to be poo-pooed and made to sound like it's bullshit. Our information is scientifically based with vaping. Right. It has been proven. Okay. Right. So what do we have to do to get the information out? Which schmucks like me doing a podcast, because nobody looks at podcasts a whole lot anymore because they're one issue listeners. They don't want to listen for 3 hours to you, Kevin, especially Kevin, listen to go on and have diarrhea of the mouth about stuff that they don't. You know what I'm saying? So let's do radio. Let's do TV. Let's do little snippets of information.
Well,
that's what I want to be. I want to be that person.
We tried. There was a very professional effort made to develop a big, huge campaign for the news channels for commercial spots. And those ad buyers, when they have an ad buyer that spends money with their network and a story comes up about a topic, those are the first people that get invited onto the show.
Yeah.
So the only way we get our foot into network TV is to get on their radar. And the only way to do that is to spend money with the network, is to be, these guys gave us $20 million this year or $10 million this year to buy ads about vaping. And there's a vaping story. Let's get these guys on. That's the only way to get. Now, if you have some sort of big, so for example, you've got the Jennings papers. You pay for a paid press release on a big PR press release agency that gets widely disseminated to the news buyers, and say, hey, I got thousands of pages of information here about big tobacco that was given to me by Peter Jennings, because he's a well-loved broadcaster.
Yeah, very well.
They might pay attention to something like that, but you've got to get it into their ear in the first place that you've got this information and you're ready to spill the beans.
But what I know it's how it is, but why should we have to play those games in the kind of world we live in now, where truth and honesty and facts and science are supposed to now take precedent, which is why I'm coming. Huh?
We have things like confirmation bias, which we already talked about.
I know.
And we've got all half the people in the country, if they see that it's on any news channel, it has to be fake news, right? I mean, so you can't even respect the people that you're supposed to respect, the people that are supposed to bring you the information. So we have, now the problem is you have people like Matt Myers who have scientists on the payroll that are paid to have a certain conclusion.
Right.
Now, the general public see Matt Myers and Campaign for Tobacco-Free Kids, and they say, oh, well, he has to be respectable. So his scientist is better than David Gerlitz's scientist.
Yeah. So how do we combat that other than have a show every Friday night? We have to do something really, really grand.
Okay? Yeah, and that's what the SRNT 15 tried to do. They put out a big paper. They got interviewed in some major media, but people, again, poo-pooed, and those are well-respected. The guys that, one of them used to be the head of American Lung Association. Another guy used to be was the founder of Truth. These are people that have credentials that should be considered experts.
Should be, yeah.
And they got no traction.
Right. Okay. So all I'm trying to say is at my point, and Kevin will attest to this. You've known me for 6-7 years, Patrick. Okay. I'm above any opinion people have of me. I have a couple bucks. I'm going to live my life in my house by myself with the family I have, with a few bucks in the bank.
And your dog.
And my dog.
And your dog.
Cats. Okay. And Farley. But I'm saying that you guys have been the patriots for what I've been trying to do for years. Okay. And I have to continuously look at the people who are going to withstand the test of time, which you guys have. I don't know who else is withstanding the test of time in the podcast, in the Zoom, in the moment of technology to get this information out. Because what you just said is true. Nobody's going to look at my information that they've had for years unless I say, here is a paper from Claude Teagues that says we will not stay in business if we don't get 13, 14, and 15-year-olds to start smoking and get addicted. I have those papers. They're there. It's not only my papers, they're public information, but nobody's interested enough because we haven't created enough hype, okay? I told Kevin 6 years ago, kidnap me, put me in some container somewhere on a barge somewhere and say, Dave Gerlitz, the former Winston man, is missing. That'll get the hype it needs, just like Joe Rogan did, just like Whoopi Goldberg did with her problem with the Nazis and the racism and the Holocaust was not about. Whatever it takes to get people's awareness up, I'm willing to do because I don't give a rat's ass. I want people to live longer and know, yes, people are smoking less. Yes, I know that. Kids are smoking a little bit less. Not so much. Not much less, but still, because they're going back to, because the vaping's not as available as it was. So we're back to square one. But yet we look at all the press every day, and you guys come on every Friday trying to enhance the awareness and bring in people who are smarter than you, Kevin, and myself to raise this consciousness. But what are we going to do scientifically, medically, morally, physically, emotionally to get people excited to say, I give a rat's ass? So that's what I want to do. I don't know how I'm going to do it, but I just know
Right.
that you guys are withstanding the test of time to continue
If we knew
to do what you do.
If we
Huh?
knew what was going to work, we would already have done it.
Do you ever get tired of doing this every Friday night over and over
No,
again?
I love this. Is me blowing off steam. You know, I work Monday through Friday in healthcare with senior citizens that I have to be nice to. So Friday night, I can actually come out here and spew the unvarnished truth.
You know how old people
have
are,
some
Dave.
fun and pick
Yeah, I know.
on Kevin a little bit, and have fun. You know, last week we had Janine and Skip pop in. We had our beautiful lady friends come on and tell wonderful stories. You know, I did a over Christmas and New Year's, I did a viewer call in where people could come in and tell their stories and have some just conversations with the people that watched the show on a weekly basis.
Mhm.
You know, sometimes we have very smart people like Dr. Charles Gardner and Eliana Rubashkin and Dr. Marwa Glover. You know, we have the smart people come in every once in a while so that, you know, we look respectable.
Well,
but otherwise, it's just
Charles Gardner is doing a webinar in March.
Oh, well, I don't know.
He's doing a webinar with him and a couple other people you just mentioned. I thought, you know, it's going to be about, you know, what's been going. We have all these webinars, but we're not getting any traction, is what I'm saying.
Well, that, you know, and like getting the general public's attention on any topic is hard.
Well, especially with COVID and Biden and Trump, bullshit and crap. Yeah, I get it. But what are we going to do to get you guys to get the kind of traction you need? Because you, Patrick, you got the information. Kevin has the knowledge. You guys got this beautiful combination of what you're going to talk about, what you're going to discuss, why you're going to, you know, weave through it in the tapestry and all. I don't have.
We actually never ever get together and plan ahead. We never do.
Well,
it just works.
It sounds like you do.
It works out great. Yeah, I mean, we hit, you know, in the live stream, there's, you know, sometimes there's up to 40 people in here. Our weekly views are somewhere in the 2,000 to 3,000 on the video shows, depending on what the topic is. Our audio podcasts hit about 10,000 people across the world.
I know.
So we're not hitting Joe Rogan millions of
who cares?
Views or listens, but we do hit, but it's usually the same people.
But let's change that. I'd like to find a way to change that, and I'm offering my opinions, my history, my knowledge, the facts that I've lived. You know, I'm 72 years of age. I've been around the block. I know people. I'm not afraid to speak from my heart and tell what I need to be told. You know, tell what I need to tell to help you guys, because you're smarter than I am. I'm talking academically. Academically, you both are smarter than I am. Because I don't go on the computer and look at the data. I don't know how to work a computer. Obviously, I can't even get into the conversation without.
Even close a browser window.
I can't even close a browser window, and I admit it freely. But you guys have got to have the support from people like me who may have the knowledge that you don't have, the insight. But you know that by now. I've been in this business long enough. But nobody really gives a rat's.
You're older and more experienced.
I'm older and more experienced, but you guys
way sexier.
I wouldn't go that far.
Kevin.
It's like shooting pool with a piece of rope.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. I'm still
I'll
good.
be here all night.
So what I got to do is I got to take a drive to Maine, which was canceled again this past year due to a death. Come up there, kidnap you on the way, take the box from you, and then publish it.
Let's just photocopy the whole thing and send it and scan it into the computer and send it to every news agency in the world.
Yeah,
just a little at a time. And then put you on top of the Statue of Liberty, naked. You got to be naked.
the world we live in, guys, is what kind of a world do we have to live in to where it only leads if it bleeds? Basically that's the media's intent. If it bleeds, it leads. If I'm missing then people will give a damn because I'm just poor old slob. But then again, at 72 years of age, how much life do I have left in me anyway? So let his ass die on the vine somewhere. That's where you come in, Kevin. You need to protect me. Okay.
Well, he's also old.
What are you, 70? You're 68?
Yeah, 68 and a half.
68 and a half. Guys, all I'm trying to tell you is that every day I live what you guys live every day. I just happen to live it in New Jersey, which is one of the worst states in this nation for me. Okay. Taxes are high. You get no benefits. It's horrible. Texas, I like Texas a lot better. Ohio, yeah, it's okay. Yeah. Okay, yeah, it's one of those. Yeah. Okay, I don't know what else to do with my life. I'm not going to sit and let my kids put me on a shelf as an old man, not doing anything. Can't shovel snow. Can't cut the grass. Can't clean the pool. Can't dust that. I'm going to do what I got to do, and I announced it tonight before this show came on, so you can look at it and look at my Facebook and see that I'm done. I'm done fucking around. Okay. I'm going to do what I said I was going to do 4 years ago, Kevin. And I made that commitment to you. I just didn't know how to do it. And I didn't have enough of an army to back me up. You were not a big army. You were an army. You're not big enough. Right. Okay. Then you got Patrick, who's very knowledgeable, who's passionate, who's smart, who knows what he's doing. There's other people in smoke-free radio. And I love Rod Cochran, but I don't listen to his show because I can't handle that damn music all the time with hard rock and all that crap going on with satanic music that my mother used to tell me that's what it was. So what do? I come on, I listen to you guys. I listen to Patrick, bitch at you, Kevin. Kevin, you sit there and you say, okay, whatever. Okay. Okay. So because you're a listener. Okay.
I can set you on fire if you like.
I don't care what you.
Apparently that's already been handled. Apparently, what's his name? Dan has agreed to let Phil catch. Dan Donahue has already agreed to be set on fire by Phil Basardo.
Get me on fire?
No, not you. Dan Donahue.
Oh, okay.
Dan Donahue has already agreed to that, I guess.
Oh, okay.
Somebody in the chat room put that up. I did put a link in the chat room, which is a 14-minute video from one of two previous David Gerlitz appearances on the show. That's sort of a encapsulated 14-minute version of David's story. So we don't have to ask David to tell the story over and over again.
Telling that story.
We already have it. We already have it. It's edited and posted on my YouTube. Y'all can watch that later if you want.
Let me just tell you guys something before I go, because I got to pee really bad. Okay, so
it's all that natty light that runs right through you because it's mostly water.
You guys are in my heart, okay? And I love the people who are remaining in the vaping industry. Those who are making money, they're going into the hemp side. They're doing both, or they're transitioning both ways. Okay, I still believe in the concept. And I believe that with 18 to 20 million smokers left in this country, forget about the world. I don't worry about Europe. I can't worry about it. I can only worry about what's happening in this country. 18 to 20 million smokers left. They still do want to quit. Okay. We have to now somehow turn their thinking back toward the positive side of the science, which is what I'm going to capitalize on. And that is because everybody's scientifically oriented with COVID. Follow the science, now they're ready to receive some of this information that may be just the push that their loved one needs to make that endeavor into vaping. And I don't have a vaping e-liquid to endorse. I don't have a vaping CBD or a CBD to endorse because let's be real, CBD and hemp is also a good tobacco harm reduction because when you quit smoking, you have a lot of stress, a lot of anxiety, and that CBD or hemp can help you through that transition. So I'm all for whatever it takes to get people to try to quit smoking with whatever tools organically that can help them live longer. And that's what I want to continue to do. But I've been out of the loop for 2 years by choice. Losing my wife was horrible. Losing my wife, I thought would, get me back on track after a year. It didn't. It's just taken me longer because I'm just a doofus. I needed her. She was my rock. She was my partner for 49 years. So now I'm starting to care again because that's what she would want me to do. She would want me to get back on the horse, get back in the saddle, and do what I set out to do 25 years ago. And that was pay it forward and get the people who I tried to start smoking to get them to quit with love and passion, information and knowledge and stats and statistics and data. And we have it. So let's just freaking do it. There.
So I actually found out about this webinar that you were.
Can I go pee for a minute?
Go pee.
Kevin, talk to Patrick.
I'll. So I did find out Jeffrey Zamora sent me a tweet. He forwarded a tweet. So Charles is having a webinar for Inco on March 3rd, 2 hours. I'm kind of hurt and saddened that I wasn't requested. I've had 3 of the 5 guests on this webinar on my show. Charles Gardner, he's been on the show. Ethan Nadelman has not been on the show, but I would love to get him on the show. Nick has ignored every time that I've requested to have him on the show. Eliana, we were the first people to have her on the show. And Nancy Lucas has been on the show multiple times. Kind of feel like I'm being left out here. And sad that Kevin and I did not get included.
Bill. Look at Bill. He doesn't allow me to take breaks, Bill.
Well, he's an old man.
I just get up and leave. I don't even tell him after.
He's got a catheter. He's incontinent already.
It's just a tube.
So maybe go to
Inco.
Go to Inco and sign up for the webinar. I know that you won't get all of the content since I won't be there, but there. But anyway, David's back from peeing.
I'm peeing. I'm done peeing.
Yeah, done peeing. So I found the webinar that you mentioned that Charles is doing for Inco
with Grim Green.
Right? Grim's on there. And Ethan. Yep. I would love to get Ethan Nadelman on the show. I've tweeted at him multiple times over the last 2 years, but he hasn't responded.
Why?
But I've had 3 of these people. I've had 3 of these people on the show. 3 of the 5.
With all my years in this vaping industry, I've never met Grim.
I've been in the same place as Grim.
I've never met him. How about that? I mean, all the people I know everybody in the industry. I've never met him.
You remember that show in Dallas that you and I were at, where we were eating bacon sautéed Brussels sprouts in the hotel bar?
Yes.
What?
Yes, they were awesome.
What?
He was at that event. I spoke to him for about 5 seconds, and he walked away. So,
was that Austin, Texas?
No, that was in Dallas.
Dallas.
You and me and
Shell was Shell Hamlin.
Shell was there. Shell was there. Or Shell was the one paying for the Brussels sprouts sautéed in bacon.
And then the guy from California came. What was his name? The guy from California, Sacramento. Nobody liked.
Stefan was not there.
Huh?
You talking about Stefan?
No. Stefan Dedek. Yeah, that's it. That's who it was.
Yeah, no, he wasn't at this event.
He wasn't. He was in Dallas. No. He was
not at that event. He was at a different event in Dallas. But there's been many.
He's one.
This was the event. Oh, you know what? He was at that event.
He was.
That's the pie event. That's the event that everybody got.
He came up to me and gave me a hug, and then I found out that he was having this thing in Sacramento where he was trying to do fundraising, and he went up and put $4,000 in a hat to get the party started.
Yeah, I don't. His name is normally not allowed to be spoken on our show, but
Well,
since
there's several
you said
people
it,
that I want. There's several people I won't mention because I agree with you. Okay, and I won't mention his name or his
I know
name
more
or her
dirt
name.
and more ugliness that I just won't. I won't.
This guy accused me of so much crap, and then we had this. Let's not talk about him.
We
His
have
name was-
receipts.
his name was Bob.
Between me and Dimitri, we have enough receipts, enough screenshots. Anyway, there are some there's ugliness. We were talking about the ugliness of tobacco harm reduction people ignoring other forms of harm reduction.
Right.
Because that's not my harm reduction, right? So there are people in our sphere that should be kindred spirits.
Yep.
That aren't.
Mm-hmm.
That's just the fact of the matter.
It is. Right.
Hey, Kevin, remember earlier I was talking about A Bastard?
Yes.
A Bastard
As
is
a
in
matter
the
of
chat room
fact,
right now.
Look at that.
A Bastard.
He is A Bastard. He says, "Good morning. How the fluck is everybody?"
Who's that?
That's
I
his
never
name,
have
A
figured
Bastard.
it out.
Is that Eric?
I
No.
don't know.
Who is
He's-
it? You don't know?
He's obviously somewhere in the world where it's morning.
Incognito.
Has Paul Blameyer been around lately?
Tic Tac is in the chat room.
around.
Hey, Paulie, you owe me a phone call, you dickhead.
He calls me all the time at weird times.
He does me too. He was supposed to call me last weekend. He never did.
Because he's a dickhead.
He's a dickhead.
Well, he's
I love him.
What's the word?
He's a dickhead.
Well, yeah, that's true. He is a dickhead.
Dave, I got
A
thinking.
dickhead.
I got thinking about what we need to do. I think we just need to promote smoking, and that will settle it.
I'm going to start smoking again. How's that?
That's
what
we should do. He said,
last week. Last week, I was this close to walking into the convenience store and buying a pack of Camels.
No.
I was.
Why?
Not
Why?
Winston's?
Because I just felt like I needed it.
Not Winston's?
He said,
Hell
not
no.
Winston's.
That was my go-to when everybody was out of Camels or Marlboros.
Can I tell you guys something? It's been 2 years as of December 29th. Every Monday morning, I go for infusions in my arm for my lungs. Okay, I have COPD and emphysema. So every Monday morning, it'll be for the rest of my life. I get a dose for 40 minutes of prolastin, which is a replacement for antrypsilin, which my body doesn't make because of the alpha-1 gene, which is what I have. And my brother died of lung cancer because he had the alpha-1 gene, but at the time we did not know that. That was 20 years ago. But I continued to do my ads for RJ Reynolds and Winston, knowing that I had this alpha-1 gene, smoking 3 packs a day, that should have been a clue for me to say, hey, shithead, stupid, stop smoking. But I didn't. But anyway, every week I go there, and I've been 2 years doing it, and I'm giving you the announcement now. I'm doing very well. My lungs are good. I'm not on oxygen. I get the inhaler of Trilogy Ellipta every day. I have to have an inhaler. It costs me $1,200 a month, a quarter, but who cares? What's $1,200 a month, Kevin, right?
Right.
$400 a month for an inhaler that my insurance won't pay for, but it's helping me live longer. Not to mention that 400,000 people die every year, and these tobacco companies just keep getting freaking richer and richer and richer and getting a free pass over and over and over. So ergo, my pissed offness, where I want to do something about it before I die. At this point in my life, I need people like you to help me get that information out there. And I've told you 100 times, Patrick, what you're doing is superb to whatever else is out there in the industry trying to enhance people's lives. So you got to keep doing it. All right. Don't give up.
Yeah, we're not going anywhere.
All right. Well, I know you say that, but you got to get funding. You got to get people to help you.
It's paid for. Everything's paid for.
Okay.
For at least a year. Well, no, I take that back. I have a pledge for the second half of the year, but all the bills are actually already paid.
Okay.
So if Jay Love ain't gonna do this to me,
I love
but
Jay Love. Jay Love is an awesome individual.
if Jay doesn't come up with the other half for the second part of the year, the bills are already paid. We'll just
Has anybody
take his
talked
vote
about
off.
Chris Wheeler lately and what he's done with his? I mean, I don't know how you feel about that. I don't know if you want to talk about it or care to talk about it or should talk about it.
I actually don't know what Chris Wheeler is doing, so I
think
can't
Chris
answer
Wheeler
that
is an
question.
awesome guy.
I know who he is. I actually used to vape some of their liquids.
Well, he turned it into a $46 million, adventure, and now he's sharing it. He's sharing a lot of his wealth that he sold to help people with their, like Safada up in Connecticut with Andrew, in April. He's trying to help. These are the people that really are heroes to me now that never were before, because it was such a big mishmash of people in the vaping industry. You never knew who to trust, right, Kevin? I mean, when we go, you never knew who was there, trying to make money, or were they really legitimate in the tobacco harm reduction realm that we were all basically trying to, perpetuate, to get people to understand that vaping was a better alternative than smoking. So there's people like Chris Wheeler, who I think is an awesome guy. I don't know him personally. I've never met him. I don't think I've ever shook his hand, but I would like to. He's really good. He got lucky with Savage Enterprises. You got, Triton, who's done a lot of good with trying to get the reversal on the, what do you call it? MDA? PMTA?
PMTA.
Yeah, see, I don't vape, so
They filed PMTAs, and then they got MDOs.
You got to stay.
And then they got to stay
right
until the case is finished.
There's four others, right?
Right, but I mean, you got to understand that these stays are not permanent. These are temporary stays until they have finished their arguments and the case is decided.
When does that happen? When does Chowdhury take that to higher
courts take their own sweet time and do things in the order with which they wish to do them?
Even though 1,200 people are dying every day, but who cares?
They don't care.
They don't care. I know.
Do you actually believe at this stage that the judges understand the actual gravity of the situation?
Not even this much do I believe that they understand.
No, I mean,
it's like your senators. Every time I hear somebody, like people I love in the industry, say, "Well, we got to educate these legislators. We got to." Bullshit. That's their job. Their job is
they have staff.
They have staff, okay, but the staff is not the ones who we voted for.
No, but what's funny is I know staff of several Washington and even Texas legislators that are younger people that actually do vape, and they're the politician they work for are anti-vaping politicians. And I'm like, have you not sat down and talked to your own fucking boss?
I know, that's what I'm saying. These people, we shouldn't have to beg our senators and Congress people to look at the facts and the science like we've been with COVID. That was my whole premise tonight on my rant that I did on Facebook. Why do we have this and then we have this? You got the same number of people died in 2 years from smoking as we did with COVID, but nobody gives a rat's ass about those people who died from something that they were enticed, encouraged, and lured to do when they were 14, 15, 16, and 17. That's my whole gift to the world. I want to get that information out. Nobody's listening.
To those people, so we already did the numbers, right? We showed you the numbers on screen. We talked about it. There are 8 million people die every year from smoking.
Globally,
and that's the whole world, and 5 million people died of COVID last year.
Right. Those
5 million people that died of COVID are much more tragic in the eyes of these assholes out there. Those 5, and yes, of course, the people that died of COVID is tragic, but there are 8 million other deaths that get no attention.
But the majority of those people that died from COVID were either over 75 years of age, had other morbidity things, they had other immune problems.
That's not true.
That's not true?
That's not true. Because I work in healthcare and I've had patients die of COVID.
That's why you're here.
My patients that died of COVID were younger. I had a 47-year-old guy with no health problems. One daughter graduating high school this year. The other daughter in college and getting married this year, had no health problems at all, was in the hospital in ICU for 7 months, went home, was so sick, could not use his left arm at all. It's like he had a massive stroke and his arm did not work anymore. His legs were so, let me finish. His legs were so wasted away that he couldn't stand. He could barely move them, couldn't lift them up off the surface of the bed when I first started seeing him. Got him to the point where he could actually sit himself on the edge of the bed, started to get a little stronger. The infection came back. He went in the hospital, was in a coma for five days, woke up, had 1 day of clarity, and died.
Okay.
So there is no statistic that shows that the vast majority of people that died were old or had comorbidities. The numbers are so spread out amongst different demographics, and nobody is tracking all of the data.
Okay, let me ask you this.
Nobody is.
In 2021, we had 2.93 million people die in the United States from something, 2.937 million people. Every year, we've had almost 3 million people die of something every year.
Yes.
That's just
unexplained.
Unexplained. It could be cancer. It could be heart disease. It could be emphysema. It could be diabetes. It could be obesity. It could be whatever. So in 2021, that was 2020, excuse me. In 2021, the numbers are still coming in, but we're still close to that 2.9 million people who die. People die of something. I know people who were 17 that died of a heart attack while they're running around the track. Yes, I know that person. I could talk about that person like you're talking about that. And I'm not arguing with you. I agree with you. I'm talking about statistically, scientifically, if the majority of people who have died from COVID were over 73 years of age, had diabetes or were obese, the numbers are greater than that of a young person. That's all I'm saying.
But like I said before, they're not collecting all of that data.
Why?
We're making assumptions on that data.
Well, when you have people dying, we have people dying at greater rates in nursing homes who have comorbidities. Wouldn't you assume that they were going to die of something anyway shortly? Does that not agree with your thinking, or am I wrong? I'm not arguing. I'm just.
There are people. Well, we have people that have 5 or 6 different horrible comorbidities that are being medically managed that live forever.
Right.
So
where did the 2.9 million people who die every year die of something? What do they have? If they didn't die of COVID in 2019 and COVID didn't hit till 2020 and we have the same number of people dying, that's the argument that people who are not smart enough like me, and I don't follow statistics, and I know that my wife died at 68 years of age with no illnesses, but she had a pulmonary embolism, which we didn't know about.
Yeah.
She died. Now, I can't relate that. If she had COVID, would they say that she died of COVID, or would she have died from the pulmonary? That's all I'm saying.
When you look at a death certificate, now you see things reported all the time. But when somebody dies of multiple things, it's all listed on the death certificate as it's not just one cause of death. COVID might be on there, but they also had pneumonia. They also
would have had, even if COVID hadn't existed.
It would have had pneumonia on there. It would have had heart condition. It would have had more than one.
But what I'm saying is, what did the media jump on saying it was COVID?
Well, because the media is they're idiots.
Yeah.
And half the people that watch the media are fucking idiots.
Yeah. I agree with you. I'm just saying, when we're looking at numbers of people who die from smoking, nobody gives a fuck. That's what I'm talking about.
And now let me preface this by saying, let me add to your statement. If somebody has a heart condition and dies of a heart condition and smoked for 5 years when they were in their 20s, that gets counted as a smoking related death.
Right.
Yeah, okay.
So even if they hadn't smoked a cigarette in 30 years, and we've had scientists and medical professionals on this show state categorically, if you go without smoking for 10 years and you live a healthy life, your lungs recover to the pre-smoking state.
Wrong. I quit smoking in 1981.
Well,
Okay.
but how many years did you smoke prior to that?
24.
So you already had something wrong with your lungs that was a lasting medical problem,
I had a
like
stroke.
COPD. You had a
No,
stroke.
I didn't. I wasn't diagnosed with COPD until 3 years ago, at the age of 68. I had a stroke at 38 from smoking. I had a
Well,
carotid artery.
yeah.
Okay. So they said my smoking caused my stroke. Okay. Emphysema and COPD came in 3.5, 4 years ago. And I'm 72 now. So I was 67 or 68.
Right.
Okay. So I had 20 years where it metastasized or whatever it does physiologically in my lungs,
Well,
to where now I have infusions every Monday morning for the
Right.
rest of my life to get prolastin, which is an antitrypsin deficiency, which I have to now have artificially.
Right.
Okay.
So
And I'm feeling
cancer
good. I look
cells.
good, don't I, for some of you?
Yes.
You look older than you did the first time I met you.
Yes, I'm older. What do you,
See?
you're 63, right? 64, Patrick?
If I'm 63 and I have this nice smooth skin with no wrinkles, I'm doing pretty good.
Let me just preface to you guys, at 72, and I'll be 72 in April, I feel pretty damn good. I've got wonderful doctors.
What's your birthday in April?
15th. April 15th.
April
Your
15th.
birthday's the day after my birthday.
Oh.
Your
Well,
birthday is tax day.
I'll be set. Well, the 18th is tax day this year. But
Yeah.
normally it's the 15th.
Yeah.
But I've been having the infusions and I feel great. I'm not on oxygen. I take Trilogy Ellipta once a day. I have my rescue inhalers, my albuterol. But I am a gifted poster child of what I shouldn't be, because I smoked 3 packs a day. I started when I was 13. I was the Winston man, yada, yada, yada. But my brother died of lung cancer. I didn't. So everybody's different. Everybody dies of something. All I'm trying to say, Patrick, and you're in healthcare, so you can come up with stories of somebody who had COVID, okay? But I also know that my daughter, who had 2 vaccinations and a booster, she got COVID after it. She was sick as a dog. My other daughter had no vaccination. She got COVID. She was fine. So all I'm saying is logic, common sense. Do what your body tells you need to do.
Everybody's different, though.
Everybody's different. So you can have
here's
stories
the
about
thing.
people. What?
97% of our cases, of our positive hospitalization cases for COVID, are the unvaccinated.
I agree. Totally. No question about it.
There is that, but everybody's different. And I'll tell you now, I have, I know people that got the chickenpox vaccine and still got the chickenpox.
Right.
No vaccine is 100%. And
Nope.
anybody
Well,
that thinks that needs to
don't call it
research.
a vaccine, though, Patrick, right? We have vaccine for smallpox and polio. You don't get it after you get the vaccine.
Well, that's not true. That's not true.
Oh, it's not true?
The polio vaccine is not 100%.
What was it, 99%?
It's like 96%.
Okay. So,
but it was strong enough that we were able to defeat polio.
And I'm all for that. But if you got people who had 2 shots and they had the booster and they still get it, and yes, their symptoms were mild, okay? And now we're hearing that, like Prince Charles has COVID, he's fine, but he has no symptoms. He's fine.
But look at his ears. Like his ears probably protected him. And I actually know service guys.
You know Prince Charles? Is that what you said?
You said Prince Charles, yeah. I actually know people though that were in the military because they're forced to get the smallpox vaccine. Mm-hmm. That actually got mild smallpox cases from the vaccine. That if you read the research on the smallpox vaccine, it's pretty sketchy.
It's less than 2%.
Yeah.
Same thing with polio.
But it's not 100%. That's all I'm saying. No vaccine is 100%.
Polio is almost 100%.
96%.
No, polio is more than
historically.
99%.
I can pull up the stats. Yes.
Okay. All right. So basically, what we're
I actually have polio patients right now. Right now, post polio.
They had the vaccine.
that had the vaccine when they
So
were
should get their
kids,
money back.
but they had polio when they were kids. And as you get older, if you have polio in your system, it will come back, and
Okay,
it's called
if you have it in your
post-polio
system. If you have
syndrome.
it, okay. Well, okay.
Right.
But I'm talking about if they call it a vaccine, and I had the vaccine and I had the boosters and I still got COVID on October 21st. Okay. But I wasn't sick at all. I was fine. I've had worse.
My wife
colds than
had it.
hers.
She
I've had
wasn't sick.
worse colds.
She had a
Did you-
fever.
Did you have vaccines?
I've had all three, yeah.
And you're fine, right?
And I
Well,
work with polio. I work with COVID
And
cases.
you're a frontline person. You're
My
on the
wife and I
line.
both are, yes.
Okay. And my daughter, who's a mortician, she deals with dead people who probably they don't know the statistics there, but she had the booster, she had the vaccines, she got COVID, she was sick as a dog. My other daughter, who's kind of a naturalist, she didn't get the vaccine, she never had it. She was fine. She was a little tired for a day or two. So where do you now draw the line in protecting our children? There's no one size fits all.
I don't believe that anything should ever be mandated, period.
Okay, good. And
Now,
I
I believe that people should be given the opportunity and the knowledge to make better informed choices.
with your doctor,
What's best for them. I work in geriatrics,
you've seen it.
very at risk demographic, and they now they're not locked down. For that first year though, they were
Scary.
locked down.
It was scary. Sure.
I am not going to be the guy that goes to the grocery store and comes into contact with somebody who I have a good immune system, even though I've been jabbed.
So you still
I'm
wear
not
the
going to
mask,
be the
is what you're saying?
motherfucker that brings it into the facilities
So
that
you
I work in.
So you wear the mask.
I wear mask. I wear gloves. I wear a visor. If I come into contact with a patient that has it, I have to wear full PPE.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm not going to be the asshole that brings it in to a 102-year-old patient who otherwise is living a normal life. And the next thing you know, they're dead because I brought COVID into the building.
Okay, stop right there because I agree with you 1,000%. But what if your Governor Abbott, President Biden, anybody else from CDC or FDA says March 15th, you no longer have to wear masks because the numbers are down. We flattened it. Are you still going to have to wear a mask? Will you feel comfortable going in there without a mask? Or
it is our company policy that we have to follow, not the mandates. And
so the policy based on what?
On CDC guidance.
That's what I'm saying. If the CDC says masks are no longer required, because now we're getting to the point where what I'm seeing, blue states are now doing what red states are doing, no masks to school. All I'm saying is, when do you, Patrick, as an individual healthcare giver, say if the government says to you, you no longer have to wear a mask on April 1st of 2022, and you're fine with that, are you going to believe the science based on what? You're going to still wear it?
No, we have the CDC guidance is different. Let me talk. The CDC guidance is different based on the number of cases in your locality.
Mm-hmm.
So right now we are in we're having substantial increase in cases here in South Texas. So
they're not deadly though.
We have in our area where I live in Corpus Christi, Texas, we normally have 38 ICU beds. In a normal pre-COVID situation, the entire county only had 38 ICU beds. We currently have 90 patients in ICU and 400 hospitalized in our county, in one small county in Texas. So we're above the threshold where the CDC guidance says you still have to do X, Y, and Z.
And what's your mortality rate? What's your morbidity?
We have anywhere between 1 and 5 people die daily.
Now, would they have died? What do you have normally pre-COVID in that kind of a facility?
Not even half that. Not even half that.
1 and 2.
Like I said, we have.
I'm not arguing 90, COVID because I believe that's real. I believe it's
right.
horrible.
We have 90. Like I said, we had to literally triple the number of ICU beds to cover the cases
Right.
in ICU. I don't look at the number of positive tests. I look at the number of people that are hospitalized.
Right.
So that's the only statistic that's important is the
Well, do
number
you
of
feel
people
that
that are in
being a health
ICU.
professional, and I'm just trying to learn, I'm not arguing.
Right.
But when somebody goes into the hospital, you know, some people go into the hospital if they get a sniffle. Okay, so at what point do you?
They're
as
not
a
admitting those.
They're not admitting them.
No.
They can't turn away because of litigation. I mean, that's what
No.
I've
The
seen.
doctor, obviously, if they run the test and there's nothing for them to admit them for, it's illegal for them to admit them.
Right.
So if a hypochondriac comes in and says, I got a sniffle, I need to be admitted, they're not getting admitted if they don't test positive for something.
Well, I'm talking pre-COVID. It's only been 2 years though.
But it's always been, it's been fraud. That would be considered insurance fraud.
I'm bringing it to a point where I want to tell you, when I go every Monday morning to my hospital in New Jersey, okay, which has never had overflow of people weren't dying in New Jersey, COVID. I go in there and I always ask every Monday to the nurses I've known for, now we got a double mask for 1 week, but we didn't the week before and we don't have to do it anymore. I said, are your beds full? You know, our census is really, really, really way down. Okay. So I said, well, why am I wearing a double mask then? Well, somebody said you had to. Okay, I'll wear it. Next Monday I go, they say, oh, you don't need it anymore. I'm just saying the logic, the common sense is now parallel to the shit that we've been going through with the vaping and the E-Valley and all the other. That's all I'm saying. That's the conversation.
We have difficulty within our own community, though, pushing science when we have half of the community are basically without any basis in science, spouting nonsense about how masks don't work.
Right.
When
you believe they work?
I know they work. We have tons of science that shows that. I mean, we wear masks to prevent transmission of all sorts of respiratory illnesses.
Okay. Well, what about
we've been using them for 100 years?
Letters that they don't work. That's the problem.
Well, because they're fucking
nuts.
No, you're talking about doctors, not doctors of immunology, not doctors of pathology, not doctors that have any expertise. You're talking about some of these people that signed those letters claimed to be frontline healthcare workers, and we find out that they ran strip mall doctors' offices.
Okay.
You know, the half the people that were in the that group that were standing in front of the White House, 3 of those 10 doctors hadn't practiced medicine in over 20 years.
Well, this is
just because they have a doctor in front of their name doesn't mean that they're actually intelligent or know what the fuck they're talking about.
Well, when you talk to me like you're talking to me now, this is the kind of conversations that need to be talked about and discussed on a grand scheme, on a grand stage. But we're not talking because people are so confused anymore about everything in this world with fear mongering and lies and misinformation and information that's going to only benefit the doctors who are paid to come up with a result in their statistics that's going to make them beneficial to get the results that they want. So all I'm telling you in a program like you and Kevin's program, when it comes to vaping, it is somehow paralleling. And I see it. I see the parallel.
So there's tons of science. But here's the problem. We're promoting science when it comes to vaping and harm reduction. But then half of our own community are pushing anti-science bullshit. So we can't even, it's like the Democrats are the party of science, that they claim they're the party of science.
Right.
And they push, say, global warming data. And I'm not arguing about global warming. It's a thing, right? But I'm just using this as an example.
Yeah.
But then again, they won't accept the science that we give them that's as valuable and as valid as the science that they're accepting for global warming.
Right.
So again, confirmation bias. If the science doesn't say what you want it to say, you just ignore it.
But I'm talking about you as a professional health care worker, knowledgeable, smart, educated. You can't be afraid of COVID at this stage of your life, being a frontline healthcare giver.
Well,
Okay.
no, I'm not worried about my health. I know that I have a good, healthy immune system. If I get it,
You got the shots. You get all that.
The odds are it's going to be fine.
Mild. You're gonna be mild.
My fear is that
cold.
I get it and then I don't have any symptoms, and I go to work and I give it to one of my 100-year-old patients, and I have three currently. I have 3 patients that are over 100. 2 of them don't even use walkers. Like, they are walking around and they're as fit as you are.
They may outlive you.
Right. So, but my fear is that I get it and I become a carrier, and then I bring it into them. So that's why I do everything that I do. I wear the PPE, I wear the mask, I wear the goggles and the face shield, so that my germs don't get into their bodies.
But when does that stop, Patrick? When the CDC or FDA or AMA?
when I feel comfortable knowing that I won't be the cause of death.
But what about the 40,000 people who died from influenza and regular flu that you could carry without knowing, when we didn't give a shit about it? That's
well,
all.
But the odds are, I mean, influenza, the flu.
You're smarter than me, so you need to educate
So
me.
the flu, humans have developed. That's why the influenza numbers are always lower than the COVID numbers, right? Because COVID is way more deadly than the common flu.
Mm-hmm.
Now, in my communities, if we have a huge number of flu, we also push the flu and the pneumonia vaccine to all of our residents as well.
Right.
So that also reduces their. But if we have huge spike in flu cases, we wear masks too.
Before the COVID, pre-COVID.
Before COVID, yes.
Yeah.
So, obviously, if we have patients that are at higher risk, we've always worn PPE.
Well, how do you feel about the nurses? This is just a bullshit off the cuff. How do you feel about the nurses and frontline workers that saying, don't mandate me having to make me have a vaccine? They get fired. You agree that that's a good policy, that they should be fired?
We've always had shot mandates in healthcare. Always.
You should, as you should.
And I mean, Texas, that's this case, the one that made the headlines was in Houston, and we are what they call a right to work state.
Right.
So an employer already has the right to terminate any employee
for
at any time for no reason. They don't even have to. Right. They don't even have to give a reason. They can just say,
a booger in their nose.
You don't work here anymore.
Right.
So technically, that's the reason why the case got thrown out, is because Texas is a right to work state, and it's always the employer's right to terminate any employee for any reason or no reason.
That's Texas, right?
Well, it's not only Texas. It's like 35 other states.
Yeah, but so we live in the United Different States of America. That's all.
Well,
see, I'm a devil's advocate here, Patrick. I love you.
So, like New York, for example, New York, you can't get fired unless you kill somebody at work, because they have so many employee protection laws in New York. California is probably the same way. Okay. But yeah, I mean, they're mostly the states that have that are unionized states, those are the states that are not right to work states.
Okay. So I'm trying to equate all this.
So Minnesota, Skip says right there in the chat, Minnesota's the same. An employer can dump your ass for any reason or no reason.
And you either follow the rules or you get out, or you quit, you're going to get fired. Okay.
Yeah.
So now when we have the FDA saying that some states have now found that vaping has caused all of these illnesses in children, which is bogus.
Not anymore. They've changed their tune.
They've changed their tune. But how much damage was done while they were singing their tune? They did a lot of damage. They did a lot of public misinformation.
We predicted that on this show a month before it actually happened.
Yes, you did. I've been saying it for 8 years.
We actually... Well, actually, at the time, Fig brought up the article from Leafy, which is a pot magazine, that heralded. They sounded the warning horn a month before the first person died of E-Valley, that this was going to happen, that the vitamin E acetate was going to be a problem. Mm-hmm. We have email chains that included the Surgeon General of the United States, from the very first cases, not the first death, the first cases,
Right.
where they said vitamin E acetate right in the fucking email, and that motherfucker would not acknowledge on Twitter. I embarrassed his ass in public, and he would not admit it. When I asked him why were they not substance abuse testing all of these people,
Right.
Across
like,
the board.
we couldn't do
We
that.
can't do that. No. Yeah. So what I'm trying to say as a devil's advocate here, in that you guys, this is your show. I come on for shits and giggles and fodder and banter and
Well,
learn.
don't shit.
Okay.
You can giggle.
So the fodder and banter with what I learned from you guys, because I don't watch it every day because I'm too old to give a damn anymore. Only because no one.
You do give a damn. Don't lie.
I give a damn, but I don't give a damn in a way that's going to help, because no one has. I mean, I have states in this country that didn't want me to come down and talk to their legislatures and their board because I was too militant. I've had this. I have my own personal.
I have the same
hard-ons.
stories.
Huh?
I have the same stories.
I know you do.
People refused our help.
They refused our help. So at some point, you want to really help? Do you care? Do you not give a shit? At 72, I'm feeling pretty good. I know that I can do a lot more to help some people who want to quit smoking, and I want to encourage them to try to find options, whether it be through zero liquid, e-liquid with vaping, or go to CBD or go to hemp or something to help the stress. So I'm at a point now where I can sit back on my ass and not do anything because I got a couple bucks. I can live my life without ever seeing you guys ever again, without ever going on the computer. But I would prefer to have Patrick and Kevin as my friends, because you're smarter than me on certain things. I'm a people person, or at least I was, until people ruined it. They suck and I hate them. So now I have to deal with Kevin, okay, to say, hey, what can I do to get kidnapped, to be somehow put into the media's eyes to where I can get on a show like Joe Rogan, not Joe Rogan, but somebody that you
Get on Joe Rogan.
Huh?
Get on Joe Rogan.
He's too big now. He's crossed the threshold. He's $100 million.
He has alien abductee people come on his show. Still.
I'd rather do.
He has flat earthers come on his fucking show.
I would rather have a Patrick and a Kevin show. Bring me on to create a buzz, to do what we have to do to get.
We're on Spotify right next to Joe Rogan. Our show is distributed on Spotify.
Well, then something has to happen to where I'm not ugly. I'm not going to be coming.
Well, there's no on Spotify. There's no video.
I'm pale now because I've had a cold.
So it doesn't matter what you look like.
Okay, but I really want you guys to know that I do care about what you're doing. And when I ask you a question, it's just to test you. It's to test you, to test me, to educate me on whether it be COVID or whether it be pleurisy or malaria or smoking or lung cancer. I have lung disease.
I have ivermectin, so if I get malaria, I'm fine, because that's what we give. That's what we give people with malaria.
Can I tell you that if I did not have to take my shots, my Moderna, if I didn't have to, I wouldn't have. But Temple Lung, which I'm in the protocol program to not get a double lung transplant, they wanted me to take the shot, and pneumonia and flu and all that. I just hate anything going into my body, other than for 40 years when I smoked 4,763 carcinogens. So that was fine. I could do that, but don't put anything else in me. I'm just kidding. I'm being facetious.
I got my flu
Kevin
shot.
Got it. You didn't.
I got my flu shot and my booster, my third shot.
Did you get sick?
On the same day, at the same arm, at the same time. The guy came with 2 needles and just jabbed them both in at the same time, gave them to me.
You can't get the booster at the same time you get your second shot, can you?
No, my flu shot. Flu shot and my booster shot at the same time.
So that's why you're impotent now, right?
I had no all the my arm.
No, that's from vaping.
My arm was sore.
You didn't hear me, Kevin.
I was ignoring you.
Oh, okay. We all have to
put your PJs on.
We all have to wonder if Paul ever got his shots. Paul Blamer. Do they have him over there in Australia?
Oh, I'm sure they do. They're all locked down, though. I think they're still in jail.
They're just locked down because they're stupid.
I think Australia and New Zealand are both pretty much locked down.
His Tic Tac became an M&M.
Did you see that they're changing the shoes on some of the female M&M characters so that they don't
sneakers. They want to wear sneakers.
That's what we need to do, Dave.
Apparently the shoes were too triggering
too feminine.
Were too triggering for non-binary people or something.
This world blows, man. We're done. Stick a fork in it. You know,
I mean, that's the priority is M&M.
Patrick, what am I going to do with my life for whatever I have left? I have.
I think I'm just gonna. I'm gonna go to
full of shit from Peter Jennings.
When you die,
give
the boxes to Kevin and I.
I want that box.
You know, we can perpetuate the.
So you're just using me. That's all.
Line by line.
No, I'm gonna go. I think I'm gonna go to Canada, and I'm gonna join the truckers.
No, I don't want to wait. I don't want to wait till you're dead, Dave. I want it now.
What?
No.
What'd you say, Kevin?
I can't wait till you're dead for the box.
Kevin. Why are those bars behind you?
It's because we're in prison.
Because he's in jail.
Are you in jail, Patrick?
No, he's in jail. I'm sneaky. I don't get caught.
How does your wife put up with you, Patrick? You're a full plate. You know that?
I don't, because I get it all out here.
Yeah.
So then when I go there, I'm not the same as I am here because I've let it all out.
I hope you don't think I'm argumentative. I just like to learn. And when I learn from people who are smarter than me, who tell me things that make sense. And if it's logical, then I live with it. If it's not logical, then I tell you you're fucked up and you're wrong. But right now, if you really look at my Facebook page tonight, Kevin.
Yep.
2 hours, 3 hours before I met you guys on the show tonight, I said the exact same thing I told you. You know, I'm a logical person. I like to know why things are the way they are. And if they're not explained to me properly, I question them and it becomes detrimental to my health. And I don't want it to be detrimental to my health. Because I've got 3 kids and 8 grandkids and 2 great grandkids. And I want to be around for a while. And I want to see people I love and care about find a way to make sense of this world that we're living, which is crazy, chaotic, and vitriol, and a lot of hate and anger and chaos. I don't want that. I'm too old. I want to live and have fun and laugh with you guys. So I'll do your show and be on your show anytime you are bored and want something to talk about, because I'll give you something to talk about. Patrick.
Sorry, I had to dunk on.
I know I was ignored
right now.
Through what?
I had to dunk on Beto O'Rourke.
What's he doing now? What's Beto doing?
He keeps posting on Twitter. He's running for governor
again.
Well, he's never run for governor. He ran for senator and lost to Ted Cruz. Says, when I'm governor, we will legalize marijuana. So I had to go down here. My friend Kath has responded, but I responded in here that I said, Beta will never be governor. Every time he does that, every time he tweets when I'm governor, I always retweet the same phrase, Beta will not be governor, period.
He won't be governor.
No, he has no chance in hell of winning.
How many ghosts he has in his closet?
Most of the people that comment on this are people that aren't in Texas.
Really?
Which is yes. So he's more popular outside of Texas than he is in Texas.
Trudeau's more popular down here than he is in Canada.
Well, most of his funding also comes from California and other states as well.
Yeah.
For when he was running for Senate in Texas, like 75 or 80% of his funding came from outside sources outside of the state of Texas, because it was very important that they try to get that Senate seat out of the Republican hands. So Democrats from all over the country were funding him in Texas, and it didn't work. I mean, if you can't beat Ted Cruz, I mean, I'm sorry, I'm a Republican, but you look at Ted Cruz and you can actually see the crazy in his eyes.
Yeah.
Like,
It's right there.
I'm just saying,
So,
if you can't beat Ted Cruz, you got no chance in hell.
Patrick, you're pretty knowledgeable. You're in Texas. You're in a very, very strange state. Okay, what do you think this world's coming to? And I don't. Do you have kids? Do you have children?
Not that I know
Or
of.
no? Okay, I have several. Okay, 3 and 8 and 2. Okay, 3 kids, 8 grandkids, 2 great grand. I am so scared for my children's and grandchildren and great children's future.
Oh, God,
Kevin, I'm sure you are with Logan and your kids and Jen.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. Where are we going to go with this? Now, is tobacco and vaping something we should really be concerned about in the world of which? And I'm just talking to you, from me to you, and I'm saying, you know my heart, you know where I'm at. Is this something that we should really be concerned about in the world because you want to be able to vape your flavors and all that? That's what people ask me,
Yeah.
and I'm just asking you
Yep.
as a host of a show that gets a lot of traction and may be capable of answering my question.
For me, I'm not going anywhere because we are a record. You're a record. You're my catalyst to start my journey.
Yeah.
Patrick has his catalyst. Where choice is the matter that is at hand, that's something I have to continue to do no matter
Choice
what.
or freedom, or which one?
Both.
Okay.
Both. Absolutely both. It doesn't matter if you want to stop smoking. It doesn't matter how, but to have the choice taken away pisses me off way more than it wouldn't.
I agree.
So
Amen. Yeah.
I can't.
All right.
I can't
all right,
not do
all
it.
right. We gotta get to the topic that the whole show is in. Skip is raising hell in the chat room.
Why?
Because the topic that we were supposed to be talking about tonight is therapeutic uses of nicotine.
Oh, fuck.
Mm-hmm.
And we've done multiple shows about the beneficial nature of nicotine and why people use nicotine. And we need to put an even bigger spotlight on the fact that people that have depression use nicotine to reduce their symptoms, to reduce their stresses. People with ADHD, people with bipolar disorders, lots of neurodiverse segments of the population use nicotine for those things. We know for a fact that 60% of all cigarettes smoked in the world are by people that are neurodiverse, the people that have some sort of mental illness, whether they were born autistic, whether they're depressed, whether they have ADHD, whether they have any number of diagnoses, glaucoma, Parkinson's disease. We know for a fact that nicotine users have lower incidence of Alzheimer's when they get older. Not 100%, but the statistics show that people that use nicotine early and regularly don't have as much problems with those problems as they get older.
Mm-hmm.
I agree.
So
totally.
I mean, those are important, and obviously we're not allowed. People are not allowed to talk about the fact that there are benefits to nicotine, because apparently 80% of the doctors in the United States and across the globe believe that nicotine causes cancer.
They're wrong.
When it does not.
They're wrong.
If I go on CNN or Fox News or any major media outlet and I say something positive about nicotine, then they're not going to let me ever come on their show again, because that's a lie in their mind. That's misinformation, blah, blah, blah. But the science, it's like Paul Newhouse says, and you don't know nicotine. This is the data. The data doesn't lie.
It don't lie.
So we have to figure out ways to engage with, again, it's those same people that we're trying to talk to about vaping. the general public. We need to destigmatize, de-demonize nicotine, because nicotine by itself is harmless, or at least harmless on the scale as caffeine.
Absolutely.
It's a stimulant. It does increase your heart rate a little bit. It does tweak your vitals a little bit, but not enough to cause any irreparable damage. You always hear, well, it's addictive. Well, no, the data shows that it's not addictive. Paul Newhouse, again, I'm going to rely heavily on Paul Newhouse because he's a scientist, a neuroscientist that's been studying the effects of nicotine on the human brain for over 4 decades. He's a very smart guy. And, he, in one interview, I print interview, he's like, I've been injecting nicotine into people for 20 or 30 years at this point. This is a 10-year-old piece. He says, none of them ever come and ask for another shot.
Okay.
There's not enough positive reinforcement. It's like the only way you can get a rat, and I have Charles Gardner on video explaining what they do to make rats want nicotine.
Mm-hmm.
And it's usually taking them away from their community group, putting them in isolation, stressing them out somehow, shaking the box, doing something to cause them to be stressed.
Right.
And then they'll go over and hit the button to get dosed.
Sure.
There's a button. What's that?
And that, in the fact that the rats that they use are, rats scientifically are bred specifically for this. So they have very comparable, each batch of rats that they use are comparable DNA.
Right.
So they're a very narrow genome. So that way it's easier for them.
Right.
It's easier for them to experiment and compare data when the rats are so similar.
Mm-hmm.
They've been bred. It's a very, like I said, very narrow family tree.
Right.
So that the data doesn't get skewed because they've got one rat from a different batch or whatever. So all the batches are very exact.
Right.
And these rats are bred specifically for the purpose of science. So
right.
when you can't even get a rat to self-dose, that you have to, because rats are very communal. If you take them out of their family group and put them over here in a box and make them lonely and sad, and like I said, shake the box a little bit and put them in there where they're
going to get stimulated to do something.
Hit the button to get something.
Mm-hmm.
That's the only way you it can't be that. It can't be addictive. It's not addictive. There's not, like I said, there's not enough positive reinforcement. The only way they're going to hit that button is if you make them hit that button.
I agree.
So when we have to bring that out, we have to tell people the conditions that they have to go through just to get a rat to use it. As humans use nicotine because of all of the things we said before.
Mm-hmm.
Kids get stuck that get introduced to smoking because of peer pressure.
Mm-hmm.
If it's only peer pressure, they don't stick with it. It's only the kids that have the peer pressure to get the first couple cigarettes that have bad home lives, that have learning disabilities, that have some sort of fear in their lives. Those are the ones that stick with it. The ones that have stressors in their life, the ones that are abused, the ones that, have problems, whether they're poor and don't know where their next meal's coming from, whether their daddy's not there and, they miss their dad, or whether dad beat the shit out of them all the time. I mean,
were you one of those kids?
No, I just said earlier, my dad only pointed to, mental abuse. But not physical.
How about
my mom,
were you that
my mom beat the hell out of us. But my dad,
I had some issues.
I was bullied. I was youngest of 3 kids. I was
You were fat too, right?
Huh?
You were fat too.
I was fat. You talking to him or me?
You.
Yes, I was fat. I
know you told the story before, so I'm just remembering.
Pounds in 7th grade with man's breasts, and so I was over, the humiliation process. Yes. So I was one of those things you just mentioned.
Yeah.
Okay. some people aren't, some people are, but we're all different. My point to this whole conversation, before I hang up here tonight, is that companies and corporations know this about children. They've studied the behavior of bullying and children's psychology and the people who are abused and mistreated and not fed and come from these horrible. They know this, and that will never stop until something major happens, and it probably won't, based on the kind of world we're living in today, because everybody's greedy and greed outweighs fear. So at what point does your program bring in information to me to keep me more excited and passionate to keep doing what I do? That's what your show does for me. Okay. Because I don't think there's anybody that's going to change their mind, because most of your listeners are like, Skip, and there's people out there like Paul who know this stuff. They already know this information. We need to reach those who don't know. And I don't want to go through some legislator or senator or congressperson and have to put this information and regurgitate it to a assistant who's going to go back and give them a few notes of what I said or he said or she said or Shell Hamill said or you said. I want them to hear the truth based on the passion that I have for this world. You have, Patrick, you have, Kevin, and I don't know how else to do that other than making a big friggin' stink like people like Joe Rogan, like Whoopi Goldberg, like AOC, and all these other elitists out there who are making wealthy amounts, lots of money to, raise their profile. Our profile is so much more important in helping people live longer than somebody else having another home in Long Beach Island or over in Hauppauge or in Key West. I don't want to make these people richer. I want people that live longer. So I don't know what to do. So I sit here and I watch these programs and I do my research so I can sound somewhat intelligently sober, which I'm not tonight. But I want to make sure that I listen to people like you who have the time, the skills, and the narrative to educate me even more, if that makes any sense to you guys.
Yep.
I don't come here looking at you guys because you're pretty.
That's true.
That's
very true.
It ain't there, dude. But you guys are good at what you do, so keep it up. And I'd like to help you. I'd like to see people sponsor you. I would like to see people have people come on here that can educate people. Because my information
that's all we want to do.
I know.
My job. Yes. One of the main missions when I agreed with Demi to come on and do this show was to build a handbook for people to learn from.
Absolutely.
So that's why we bring the scientists on. That's why we bring the vapors on. We had Skip on. We did a whole show with Skip and Richard Pruin from the UK talking about neurodiversity and what nicotine does for them. And to hear Skip tell the story of what happened to her when she dropped her nicotine down to 0 or near 0, and to hear her tell what happened and her own suicidal ideations because nicotine, that she'd been using nicotine this whole time, was holding at bay. And then to find out that, she went to the doctor and had a frank conversation, and the doctor's like, well, you have this and this and this, and blah blah blah. It's very heavy to hear her tell that story. It's sad.
I know
that people ignore our stories because we're anecdotes.
That's right. Exactly. When my wife died, I would have given anything for a cigarette 2 years ago. I didn't, but I wanted one so bad. That's all I could think about, because it gave me the distraction I needed for whatever it was. And there's not a day that doesn't go by that I don't miss smoking. And so I know how horrible it is for people when they're trying to quit. I had to quit for my own health, and my brother died of lung cancer. What are you going to do? So Skip's story is my story, your story. Everybody's got a story. But at the same time, there's still 18 to 20 million Americans out there still smoking those Winstons, Marlboros, Camels, Parliaments, Merritts, and generics, and they're not going to quit because we've confused the hell out of them through the media and through the government and through FDA and CDC and the bullshit science and cherry pick science that's not going to give them the push that they need to take that leap of faith into finding something that's going to benefit their life. So I'm just going to continue to do what I do, with or without people. I'll do it by myself the best I can. I'm not paid by anybody. I'm not endorsing any product. I'm just telling you that I'm going to do what I have to do to make myself feel better, because I do feel better when I see somebody who says I quit smoking because of something you said. So it's a payback, pay it forward kind of thing.
Yep.
Oh yeah, I mean, I still hold Cherry lie. Cherry came onto the chat room about 4 years ago, was a brand new vapor, didn't know any of the politics of the situation, didn't know any of that stuff, sat in our show for a few weeks, commenting here and there, asking questions, and she's one of the most passionate vaping advocates that I know now.
Yes, she is. Yes, she is.
And I want to take some of the credit for exciting her and informing her. And that's the whole point is, yes, Skip is here all the time. Troop is here all the time. Bill's here all the time. But every once in a while, a new person pops in and suddenly gets excited and informed. And, if we reach one new person every couple weeks, then we've fulfilled our destiny. We've done what we were supposed to do.
Your destiny is right up there with a lung surgeon who's going to replace a lung for $150,000 and save somebody's life. You've done the same thing, but you don't get rewarded for it. That's what pisses me off about the knowledge and science we have about what vaping can do to prolong somebody's life. So my passion is it's bittersweet, because I get pissed and I get angry, I get upset, I get glad sometimes. So I just tune into you guys, not for shits and giggles. I tune into you guys because you've got information available, because you're computer savvy. I'm not good at computers. I send an email and I have to call people, see if they got it. So a double lose for me when it comes to technology. So
browser.
You just keep it tuned to me, because I'm coming back out. I'm back in the saddle. My hat's back.
We're here every Friday, unless unless something happens. I got a jury duty summons the other day at for the first week of March. I think it's actually the same day that Charlie's thing is. So I may not be able to participate in that because.
Do they know you're a convicted felon? I mean, is that?
No, I'm way sneakier than that. I've never been convicted.
Oh, sorry. Okay. Okay. Well, you guys, I gotta go because I'm tired. I'm old. I'm tired.
It is past your bedtime. You're at 1:30 in the morning in Jersey.
Where are you at? You're
I'm in Texas.
Texas.
It's only midnight 30 here.
Well, thanks for letting me come on tonight. I was in a mood tonight. I started drinking early today because I've been in a bad mood. We got snow coming again on Sunday, and
it's like 70 tomorrow here.
Oh, fuck you.
we had like 2 days or 3 days down in the 30s, and now it's down in the 40s at night and in the 70s during the day. So
we can see how tired I am, but it's always nice to be on the show where I can say hi to Skip with a big wave, and of course Paulie and Cherry and the Troop, all these people that we're all in the same boat with, because we all have the same passion for human beings, and ourselves. We have compassion for life, and I'm going to continue to do what I do, whether you like it or not. And if I can't get onto your link, well, I'm sorry.
Well, now you know that you have to close everything down before you come in.
Don't confuse him.
Love you, Kevin. Love you, Patrick. You be good. I'm out of here. I gotta let my dog out. He's gonna poop on the floor if I don't.
No, don't. No, then
yeah.
you got to clean that
He's
up.
170. He's 172-pound bull mastiff, so it's a big one. The
Oh
big one.
man.
I got a couple pounds on him.
You're what? 204, 206.
I'm about 220.
Are you really?
Yeah, I'm
Get
6
out.
foot tall.
I thought you were only like 5'4".
No,
Kevin
I'm a
said
big
you were
boy.
like 5'3". 5'4". Love you guys. I'm going. Good night.
Bye.
See you, Dave. Love you.
Love you. Bye. Look,
Now he's gonna have a hard time figuring out how to leave.
I look like my dad. Why do I look like my dad? I don't
Well,
get-
all
'Cause
kids,
genetics.
boys look like their dad. Well, I look like the milkman. So,
shut up.
um,
Whoa. Where do I go?
At least you didn't have a cat. Cat face. Up.
meow.
How do I get out of here?
I'm just gonna kick you.
Kick me off. Kick me off.
Bye,
Bye.
Oh my god.
David Gerlitz, everyone.
David freaking Gerlitz.
I'm gonna take that like segment of him trying to come on and make an intro video of that.
Meow. Oh my goodness.
I'm gonna the intro videos that I have with different. Yeah, I'm just gonna make one of David trying to log in,
Just coming in.
and yelling at us.
It's your brain on nicotine.
He's not using. He's not
nothing.
vaping anymore. So
this is your brain.
this is
when
what
you're
happens
old.
when you stop using nicotine.
Oh my god.
Oh, fun times.
Pleasant surprise.
Yes,
So we gotta get his box.
Skip was getting really angry in the chat room that we hadn't talked about
Shaking her fist, cranky old broad kind of thing.
therapeutic nicotine.
Yeah.
Every one of us are self medicating.
Mm-hmm.
The only way Kevin is even tolerable at all is that he's using nicotine.
Yeah.
So Mallory says that she doesn't want to look like her dad because her dad looks a lot like Stan. Now, girls typically will look more like their moms. So when I was a freshman in college, my roommate, we would go to his parents' house for supper sometimes, and one of the times that we went to my friend Don, my roommate Don's home, Don had just started seeing this girl, and he said, "Boy, you need to go to her house and meet her mom and dad, but specifically the mom." And Don, my roommate Don, said, "Why?" And he's like, "Because you need to pay attention to the mom, because that's an old, worn out copy of what you're going to get."
That's right. I've warned my wife. She better not.
Saying that, always look at the mother, because that's what your wife is going to turn into.
I told my wife if she turned into her mother, that would be a bad choice.
The maddest I've ever seen my mom before my grandmother died. She was older. She had some Alzheimer's. She had a little dementia. And my mom and her sister were, obviously taking care of my grandmother. And my mom would always get frustrated because my grandmother had dementia. They would get into the stupidest arguments. Skip will probably agree because she works in a facility. Never, ever, ever argue with somebody that has dementia, because you're never going to fucking win.
Nope.
Never. So, my mom would always argue with her mom. My mom would argue with her mom about stupid shit. And my mom would come and she would complain, "Oh, your grandmother did this and this and this." And I'm like, "Mom, all of the shit that you're complaining that your mom does is the same shit that you do to me when we have arguments over little piddly stupid shit, because it's always stupid. It's always something that could have been ignored, or just agree. But anyway, so Charles Gardner did ask that we try to amplify the hashtag therapeutic nicotine over the next 2 months. Like, there will be a series of tweets that he's putting out, that Inco's putting out, that we're putting out, because we should be generating our own content about therapeutic nicotine, about clean, safer nicotine, and the uses of nicotine for therapy, for ourselves, the self-medicating part. So, I posted today the video that I played at the beginning of the show. I posted on Twitter. I think Kevin's already retweeted it, maybe several times.
No.
But my tweet, for example, I'll show this example on screen. The most important question never gets asked. Why do people smoke or vape? Nicotine relieves stress. It helps when I'm overwhelmed. The conversation needs to shift to therapeutic nicotine and helping people. Safer nicotine solutions exist, and I put hashtag vaping, hashtag snooze. There's a whole bunch of tweets at inco.org. Skip has thrown the chat, or the link in the chat, which I can't click on. I can do this and just show it on screen. But if I click on it, that's what it looks like. So go to inco.org. I'll type it in up here. How about that? I'll start a browser window. I'll have to type it in manually, because this is always one of the things that frustrates me about people is I'll tweet something and they're like, give me the link. And I'm like, get off your ass and do a Google.
I just did my own tweet.
Do you know how to use Twitter? And see,
A little.
I typed it in wrong. innco.com/topic/ and it's giving me a DNS error. Why is that?
Ninco.
Oh, it's an org. No, I'm typing it in right. So you can see right there, innco.com, but it's a .org. Oh, and I misspelled topic. Mother trucker. See, this is how imperfect I am. There we go. So look, topic of the month, therapeutic nicotine. Here's some tweets that are already generated.
Oh,
All you have to do is hit click to tweet, and it'll link to your account.
Click.
And these are therapeutic nicotine for
Alzheimer's,
Alzheimer's, dementia. Then we have some for ADD, ADHD, attention deficit disorder. We need to generate some for my bipolar, for my... I can do those. Developmental issues, obviously.
Yep.
But yeah, my OCD, my ADHD, my bipolar. I want to go take the autism test, because I think everybody wants to be autistic now, not people that actually are. Skip. But I've seen a lot of people claiming to be on the spectrum that show no symptoms of being on the spectrum. I think it's just gotten cool now, because there's a couple TV shows with folks that are neurodiverse. There's like an Amazon show now. There's a regular show on TV. There's a Netflix show, and I think now that people are seeing it on TV, people that don't appear to have any reason to be on the spectrum want to be on the spectrum. It's not something that people should strive for.
Right.
So But yeah, do the tweets, people. Let's get the hashtag out there. Now, I would also point out, for example, this first tweet doesn't have the hashtag on it. Skip.
It's an imperfect world. Screws fall out.
This
all the
one
time.
does. This one does not. This one does not. This one does. This one does. This one does. That one does. So there's 2 tweets up here that don't have the damn hashtag. Where's our Inco guy?
But when you overtweet, quote tweet, you could use the hashtag and be helpful.
Right, but here's the thing. Look, Kevin, if I click on this, it's going to do it for me.
Yeah.
And most people are just going to go bam and hit the tweet button and not go over here and go to the trouble of adding. I hit the arrow button and didn't mean to. Hashtag there. What the hell?
This is going to hurt.
Why is my mouse not doing what I want it to do? There, PEU.
Nope.
What? There, PEUTIC.
Are you out of space?
Let's see. Nope, I still have 17 characters.
Okay, good.
I could then go over here, and I don't know if I can get this in though. Let's see. Hashtag safer. Nicotine. Oh, I still have 2 characters. Look how awesome I am, Kevin.
You can make a
I
little
squeezed
smiley
in
face.
2 extra hashtags.
There you go.
I think Jeffrey Zamora went to bed.
Bill said those tweets without hashtags were written before they had their morning nick. Oh, I've let a few of them tweets out.
Could be.
Sometimes, yeah, it happens. So you got 2 hashtags extra.
I added 2 extra hashtags.
Oh, look, there's some dumbass. I just did that, the one right there. I did that on purpose 5 minutes ago because it's another way of.
Am I supposed to do this?
Well, you can.
Well, I did.
You don't have to.
See, the computer knows me.
No, they don't. They're not showing hats.
No,
They
they're
show me
showing
more
knives.
hats than they show you.
Well, because I own all the hats.
I'm gonna start tagging you on every one of them fucking ads.
I get fucking knives like crazy though, dude.
We had our, I don't know what it was. Something.
I won't
something
retweet.
Janice was.
I won't
Janice is over
retweet
there.
your tweet of my tweet, but I'll go ahead and retweet Bill Tarling while we're here.
Fine.
Did you even know that the Olympics were going on, Kevin?
No, but I know the Bears are not going to win the Super Bowl.
The
Sunday.
Winter Olympics were on for like 3 days before I even knew that the Olympics were
I don't
going.
care.
Do I want to retweet Anakin?
I usually
Sure.
don't.
Well,
I usually
it's okay.
don't. You don't have to.
I did anyway. Hey, there's Batgirl.
Da-na-na-na-na-na-na.
Batgirl.
Yeah, the Bears are probably not going to win the Super Bowl. I've decided.
I'm quite positive that they're not gonna win. They probably won't score a single point, Kevin.
Mm-mm. My kids actually took $5 from my friend one time because they bet him that they knew the score of the Super Bowl before it started, and he sucked right into it. $5. Betting $5 they knew the score of the Super Bowl.
So I went to Sam's today after work.
Yeah.
I only worked for part of the day today. And I went to Sam's because I was going to buy some steaks. And they have pretty good steaks at our Sam's. And I bought like $200 worth of other stuff. But lo and behold, in a state that doesn't have mask mandates,
Mm-hmm.
everybody was wearing fucking masks.
Good.
So, I rarely do I go to the store, but I needed, and I was there. So I bought, my wife eats fruit like it's like going out of style. So I bought apples and oranges and bananas and avocados.
Mm-hmm.
And I bought 12 or a case of Yingling lager.
Yeah.
Which wasn't cold enough to drink yet. Where I'd be drinking some Yingling.
Yeah.
Which is the oldest active brewery in the United States. Did you know that, Kevin?
I did not know that.
Is
Did
it?
you know that for the first time, I don't even know how long, because Janice isn't feeling well, I was tasked with going grocery shopping today. So she got like 8 texts like, is this the right fucking one? Because you didn't specify. Boy, there's an awful lot of choices for chocolate fucking ice cream. How the fuck do you have 17 different chocolate ice creams? She said chocolate ice cream. And I'm looking like
if you have the
17 of
option for Bluebell chocolate ice cream, that's the one you
Holy
get.
Jesus Christ.
You don't have to buy the Haagen-Dazs, which is very expensive and not really. I actually, this is how embarrassing it is. I watched a video where they were comparing different ice cream brands.
Yeah.
So if you take a couple scoops of the ice cream out of the container and you put it in the freezer and you go back a week later and you take the lid off and there's ice crystals in that ice cream, never buy that brand of ice cream again because they're diluting the milk fat by adding water.
I got you.
So the higher quality ice cream, this is a fat boy thing. A higher quality ice cream, when you put it in the freezer, it doesn't develop ice crystals because it has higher milk fats. Obviously, it's not the healthiest for you, but it is the best.
Right.
It's got extra fat in it. So if you're eating ice cream, though, you sort of understand that it's not super healthy for you, right?
No, right. I didn't realize there were that many chocolate choices. And
I don't
care.
Every brand has at least one. Some brands have more than one chocolate because you have to have the regular chocolate ice cream, then you have the dark chocolate ice cream, and then they have the chocolate with the chocolate chunks in it,
Rocky and yeah.
I myself am kind of boring. I'll go for the French vanilla ice cream almost every time.
Well,
or
no surprise, coffee
butter pecan
best, but and then chocolate, but coffee's first. So all I know is
no, you get the mocha, you get the coffee and the chocolate.
I found myself questioning my own integrity by saying, God damn, how many choices do you need? Well, you need as many as you need because people like different shit. But boy, did it piss me off that she just put chocolate. So I took a picture of the choices that I had to find for her. And down at the very bottom in the back is where her choice was. But that's okay.
If mama ain't happy.
All I know is I found
nobody's happy.
There was no rally fries for the 20-something-year-old. Other than that, I got everything right. That's
rally
all I
fries?
needed to know. Yeah, just you ever had rallies?
Yeah, they're like a drive-through sort of.
Yeah, so they got their own fucking fries at the.
We don't have French fries in our house.
I don't either today because they didn't have any. So that's the only thing that I screwed up.
If we're gonna eat French fries, we're gonna get them at the restaurant. Well, there's no rallies down here. I haven't seen a rallies in years, actually.
Oh.
There used to be when I was in college. There was a rallies on one side of the street, and there was another competing identical style drive-through little shack with like 2 drive-through windows.
Yeah.
Because the rallies, that's all it is like a cube.
Yep.
And it has 2 drive-in lanes.
Well, they don't want
it was called Indies. It was rallies and Indies.
Okay.
And they were right across the street from each other. And the Indies had a 5 double cheeseburgers for $5
Yeah.
deal. And when you're a poor college kid and you and your roommate can go and get two drinks, 5 cheeseburgers and 2 fries for like $8.
Yeah, you got 2. Yeah,
that's what you eat every night for dinner on your way home.
2 hours worth
or
of food. Yeah, why not?
So we always ate Indies.
Mm-hmm. We briefly had a hot,
and they had curly fries.
Yeah, and those guys had the fries. Yeah, but the Rally fries are really good when you get them, but they're not really good from the store.
No French fries are good when you.
But he don't care.
Warm them up.
He doesn't give a fuck. He doesn't understand.
Like
everything
microwave, like
no
reheated French fries are awful.
Once you hit our age, I think we realize the bears still suck, Mallory, and Rally fries are no good from the fucking frozen section. That's all. Those are the only 2 things I know.
No, I have an air fryer, so I will I'll get a potatoes, and cut it and cut it into fry shape and throw it in the rotisserie basket spray it with a little olive oil and you get French fries.
Yeah. That's how you
they're better.
I've done that
better.
But I've done that in the oven. But
the rotisserie's cool just because I get to watch it go.
But my children don't understand that. I actually outsmarted.
You're an awful teacher.
The 27 or 8-year-old, whatever he is this month, you do the math. I'm not sure he's mine. He was so mad at me one time because they had McDonald's all during the day, and I came home and we made. Hey Bill, when I told him we were having fish sticks, or his mother did, he didn't want them.
I haven't had fish sticks since I was in like junior high. I should go buy some fish sticks.
And I said, they came from the McDonald's. And he said, no, it didn't. I said, yeah, I just threw the bag away because the bag was still in there from their lunch. And he ate every fucking one of them. That's because I lied.
Sir, that's the wrong message. You should not be teaching that to your child.
It's folklore now. It's still talked about on occasion. Yeah, and we don't like flavors.
Fish sticks.
No, not from Paul's area.
See, when I was a kid, so this is the difference between kids today and kids when I was a kid.
Yeah.
I had a friend, because he's not.
You had a friend. First of all, we have to discuss
who had a little girl,
a friend.
And my friend would stop every night and pick up chicken nuggets for this little girl because she refused to eat what mom cooked.
Oh yeah, of course.
So, and I'm not joking, every night on his way home from work, he had to stop and buy chicken nuggets for this little brat. When I was a kid, we sat at the fucking table and we were not allowed to leave the table until our food was gone. The rule was if you put it on your plate, you eat it. So there were plenty nights because, obviously at the beginning of the meal, sometimes your eyes are bigger than your stomach and you pile spaghetti and meatballs on your plate and you only eat half of the spaghetti and meatballs, and your mom and dad make you sit there and fall asleep in your spaghetti and meatballs. And then when you wake up and you've got spaghetti on your face, they make you wash your face and they rewarm the spaghetti and make you eat it before you can go to school.
Yes.
That's the world that I was raised in.
Breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Yes.
Whatever now, if mom fixed your plate for you, that's a different story. Because dad would say, did you put it on the plate? And you'd say, no, mom didn't. And he'd say, then you don't have to eat it.
We were like sisters.
If you put it on the plate, though, you made the decision to put it on there, then you have to eat it. And I can get behind that, So am I supposed to tweet all of these, or should I just tweet one and then come back later and tweet another one? What do you think, Kevin?
I say you make your choices and you have
Let's spread them out. Let's spread them out so it doesn't look like we're
See, the problem with that, Skip tagged me on something. It was a Tuesday or Wednesday, I think, and then I forgot about it, and it made me mad at myself because I thought it was important.
I'm mad at you all the time. It didn't really affect you.
That's true. Good point. Oh, you should do it when the feeling urges you.
No, I just think I should space them out like
Clean
a couple
your
a day
plate.
until I get them all out.
Skip said, "Clean your plate."
Yes,
bet
she
you
says that
would
Charles suggests
really-
exactly what I said. He says 2 times a day so you don't look like a bot, which makes sense. Have you seen my Twitter profile?
Have you seen my bot profile?
Have you seen my portrait here of the bot, my vaping bot right here?
I've been accused of being a bot a time or 5.
I've never, luckily they've never tried to put that on me. Oh well, Kevin.
Poor bot.
Our show got derailed by a grumpy old man from New Jersey.
He was disgusted with you too. That's the best part.
No, he was disgusted with you.
No, he was
as
disgusted
well.
with you. You can roll the tape back. He likes me.
Well, he said he likes me, but not as much.
No, not as much. That's
But,
almost as good as Charles's statement. He
says he doesn't like either of us.
I think you should put those two together. Put Charles and then him and then Charles.
Why would I want to hurt my own feelings?
Oh my goodness. That's what feelings are for.
Yeah. So what are we leaving our friends with tonight?
What are we leaving them with?
What is our parting thoughts to our homies and homegirls tonight?
Well, don't shut up. If you're going to shut up,
Kevin, shut up.
It's not worth it.
Really?
What's the we did the crack pipes.
We didn't do the Texas thing.
Was it Texas?
It was
you
Texas.
did the Rubio. I didn't even read that until you played it. I didn't want to see it.
I actually, that was funky fresh. I have to go over here though.
Oh, the Uber thing.
You didn't send it to me. Bill
The
sent
Uber.
it to me.
Uber vapes.
No, that's not the one that I went. That's not the one. I opened this. I had this open a while ago, and it kept crashing on me.
Yeah.
The New York Post one.
Mm-hmm.
And it may be doing it now. I just opened it. Okay, let's see. So this is a story from the New York Post.
Yeah.
And I may not be able to. So this is dash cam footage of a Texas state trooper. Let's turn the sound on.
Ended up searching his car.
Let's go. We're going to start over.
Stopped a man on his way back from Colorado. Ended up allegedly stopped the man for speeding. Ended up searching his car. Took some vape pens from him.
No vape pen cartridges with THC? No? Yeah. I do, man.
And within 5 minutes of releasing him, the trooper reached over and got that vape pen out of the seat and was nibbling on it to see what it tasted like. Went 5 minutes down the road, pulled over on the shoulder of the road, and started hitting on it. The DA's office didn't tell us that.
I accidentally.
He accidentally.
THC. When I felt it fill up my lungs, I pushed it out as fast as I could, and there was smoke everywhere. I never seen anything smoke so much. I didn't mean to inhale.
Fucking dumbass.
I came in. I told them all about that. That's embarrassing. I was wigged out.
Basically, our caught his own trap. He videotaped on his own camera, tampering with evidence, as they called it.
What can you say about that? How stupid you are. That's your state. Thank God.
That's a fucking state trooper.
Oh my God. And now he's been He's been forced to resign, and he's black marketing the rest of the evidence out.
Thank you, Bill Tarling.
How can you possibly be any stupider? Look how it accidentally made me.
I accidentally put it in my mouth and took a couple hits, and then drove for 15 minutes and then pulled over and accidentally did it again. The guy told him it was a THC vape pen too. I mean, the guy was coming from Colorado. He said, "Is there THC?" And first he said no, and then he said, "Yeah." So,
oh my god, I'm getting dizzy.
I mean, the cop has to know there's a fucking camera in the damn car.
Well, when things accidentally happen, though, Patrick, you're skewed.
He was holding it in his hand for 15 minutes, pulled over. You know, so much smoke. It's on the camera. It didn't look like there was a whole lot of smoke.
Oh my god.
This is stupid human tricks is what this is.
He's gonna end up as an underling to Glance.
No, he's probably already got a county sheriff job somewhere.
Oh my fucking word. How? Never mind.
Never mind.
I accidentally said I liked you a couple times, but
I don't recall that at all.
I know. Yes, Rog, state trooper. He's a fucking state trooper accidentally. That's why crashes are called crashes, not accidents.
This is a story from the Daily Mail from the UK. This is the one article that you shared with me. At least I sent you the Marco Rubio and the
former state trooper moves to Australia.
Who do you trust more?
He's an Uber driver.
So it says here, Uber vapes. How rideshare drivers are brazenly cashing in on huge e-cigarette black market by making deliveries and sales to passengers from blinged out cars. Blinged out cars. This is how much of a boomer I am. Blinged out. I didn't even, Uber drivers caught selling illegal nicotine vapes to passengers. Images show catalogs of e-cigarettes displayed in rideshare vehicles. Black market vendors also using Instagram, Facebook, and TikTok to sell vapes. Federal government banned nicotine-based e-cigarettes from August 1st of 2021.
Thank God for regulations.
So it says here, Australia's ban on nicotine-based vapes has been exposed as a laughingstock as Uber drivers cash in by selling e-cigarettes in blinged up cars. So is it blinged out or blinged up? Because up here it says
I don't understand why it's got to be blinged.
I don't know.
Why are they trying to bling it out?
I'm just asking them because that's...
Or out. $50 a stick. That state trooper has a new he's going to move to Australia.
So Daily Mail Australia can reveal how rideshare drivers have been exploiting services by Uber to make a quick buck out of passengers, in some cases making $50 per stick. Images taken from inside vehicles in Sydney and Brisbane show ads for e-cigarettes openly displayed in the back seats of vehicles next to COVID QR codes, with drivers opening glove boxes to show dozens of vapes of all different strengths, flavors, and puff counts. This is the same thing it's all these damn videos.
Mm-hmm.
Instagram and TikTok accounts have been set up, calling themselves Uber Vapes, offering customers free delivery for the purchase of illegal devices. So, remember when we talked about the black market and how if you don't create a robust infrastructure for your prescription model, it's not going to work? Remember we said that?
What would ever happen?
Yeah, I mean, obviously people are going to try to make a buck. So let's add this picture back. So here's the COVID QR code, and then apparently over here is a little card with the different flavors and available options
that are illegal that you
Right.
can't get anywhere.
Right. And there apparently there's a gallery of 7 photos. So let's look. So there's this one, and then we look over here, and then there's an Instagram post or maybe that's Snapchat. I don't know. And then Sydney Vape Lord is Paul is Paul one of these?
I don't.
Maybe is Paul an Uber driver?
I think he's going to be a state trooper in Texas.
Now this has got to be a fairly large glove box if this is if this isn't. If all of these are in the glove box, then wow. So all of these, yeah, probably the trunk maybe.
What's vapes?
Oh, there's a video.
There.
Oh, let's see the video.
Well, thank God Tahir took care of this problem because.
Man, his Bloomberg overlord is going to be quite unhappy. I don't know that this video is going to load. It's just sitting there spinning.
I want to watch the state trooper again.
I'm kind of disappointed. Oh, we got a commercial. Let's mute the commercial. I can't really help nationwide, but
let's skip. Oh my God! It's nice and neat.
Apparently, no sound on this video.
Nice and neat little boxes.
Yeah, everything's organized and
yeah.
So
you don't have to. You don't actually have to take the Uber. You could just call the Uber, and the Uber.
Yeah, no, they'll just deliver it. They'll just charge you. Oh, this is the blinged out, I guess.
That's
That looks like some soccer mom right there.
That's because I always, every night before I go to bed, I turn on my bling lights and take a last vape because that'll get me through the whole night.
Blackberry or blueberry ice and grape and peach ice. I do have to say that at least there's no cartoon characters on here. At least Rick and Morty are not on there.
That's a very good observation. I want to have a guy with the THC vapes put that trooper's face on the next box. That's just me. I don't know about you. That's just my personal.
I think that we should start an LLC and call it Texas Trooper Vapes.
If there's some bastard out there that's brave enough to do that, I will personally buy the first box. I'll never use it.
Let's just start an LLC right now. Texas Trooper Delta 8. Let's see if Chris Wheeler will brand that for us because apparently he's got lots of money and
did you put that?
He's in the Delta 8 team, is according to Troop. So
I gotta show my son that one. State Trooper vape. That's classic.
Well, it's technically still not legal in Texas for THC.
Oh yeah, but I gotta show it to my stoner son.
Apparently, though, when Beta gets elected governor, he's gonna apparently make the legislature pass something that they've been trying to pass every year for the last 10 years, and they've failed every time.
Well, the trooper could endorse it,
and not by a close margin. I keep hearing people that don't live in Texas trying to say, "Oh, well, THC pot's going to get legal in Texas. You watch." And I'm like, I live here. I pay attention to the legislature, and the last time they tried to pass it, they lost by like 40 votes. It ain't happening. Not anytime soon.
You said Texas is right to work state, or not a right to work?
It is a right to work state. That is the legal designation for we can fire you at any time for no reason at all.
And this is from 2019. That's so sad.
What?
The trooper. I'm going to be stuck on this trooper for a week.
Is that from 2019?
That's what it said in the story. Yeah, this video is from 2019, but only just came to light.
Oh, it only just now. I was going to say, why in the hell is it just now, 2 years later, coming to light? Okay, well,
I don't know.
Yeah.
Oh, he was charged with felony drug possession and tampering.
So the guy got charged.
Yeah.
So the guy got charged with possession of THC, and then the trooper. See, that guy's gonna get off because the trooper tampered with the evidence.
He resigned for that's what I was hoping for. Hardin resigned.
Yeah. No, I mean they're gonna have to throw that whole case out. Because they have video of the trooper using
Sloan's marijuana possession charges were dismissed. None of them were involved in the vaping video. I mean, at least he could have shared. Why is he bogarting?
No, they probably went. They probably went to the evidence locker after the trooper turned everything in, and the pen was fucking empty, and they didn't have enough to test, and they probably said to the guy, how much?" And the guy would be like, "Well, it was a brand new cartridge," and they'd be like, "No, it isn't. It's empty." And he went, "That motherfucking cop." That guy actually has a lawsuit now. He can sue the fuck out of the state.
I got him this time. Ooh, oh my God, it's coming at my mouth.
It attacked me. I had no choice. It was either it or me.
I apologize for my behavior because I'm so easily amused by this fucking story.
Well, you do live with a stoner, so you know.
I already sent it to him. Oh my God. This is what you could aspire to be, right? That's what
he could be a pot smoking state trooper.
If he only applied himself.
That's better than a
Tobacco Control Act artist.
No. That's better than a kneel on perp and smother them to death. State trooper.
That's very true.
Or a tasing a kid on a boardwalk state trooper. Pothead state trooper is pretty okay.
I'm all right with that. Maybe that's why I find it amusing. He only had himself to blame, you know.
Yeah. Or a tase myself accidentally.
He could have tased himself. Why wouldn't he? He should have.
Say, you know, that one state trooper that's always in the hospital because he accidentally keeps tasing himself in the balls. I just wanted to see what it felt like. And then I did it again.
That's right.
And again. All right, Kevin.
I've had enough of you.
I'm done with you tonight.
Dave
what do you want? Say goodbye to our friends, Kevin.
Goodbye to our friends, Kevin.
Seriously, do the work, boys and girls. Go to inco.org/topic and hit a couple of those tweets. Every couple hours, hit a tweet. They're there for you. Follow the hashtag, and then when Kevin or I generate new tweets, retweet them. When Skip generates a new tweet, retweet it, overtweet it, like it, and share it, and do all that stuff. And if you would, obviously share the broadcast. Share the YouTube channel. We need more people to watch the show. Even if it's not live. I don't care if they watch it live, but we do have fun, but we do try as much as possible to bring you guys information. And yes, sometimes it's repetitive, but sometimes it has to be repetitive because you guys don't listen. No, you listen.
Stop insulting people.
I can't help myself.
The
devil made me do it.
I know. Say goodnight, Patrick.
Good night, Patrick.
See ya.
But then you've got people on the other side saying, well, but experts disagree, which is a kind of typical merchants of doubt tactic. And the same will be said for nicotine benefits in Tourette's syndrome, ADHD, autism, bipolar disorder, schizophrenia, et cetera, et cetera. In fact, a lot of research is looking at cross-sectional studies that find associations and trying to claim that nicotine causes those things.
They want to
when all logic says that people with those things are using nicotine because it helps them, but so we're going to face that. But I mean, one of the ways to deal with this is to get people to tell their personal stories. I should be the last one to ask anyone to do that. Why? Because an adult living with ADHD is already stigmatized.